Okay, hello everybody and welcome to today's meeting of City of York Council's Area Planning Subcommittee. My name's Councillor Andrew Hollier. I'm the chair of the committee and joined on screen by the other 10 members of the committee who you'll see denoted by CLLR in front of their names on the little box. We'll also be joined variously by sort of planning, democratic and legal services officers, potentially so the sort of need arise by technical staff. I'll ask if officers not currently participating in the meeting can have their videos turned off. And if any point we ask an officer to the sort of virtual table to present an item, if they could switch the videos on and just state their name and title when they first speak. We've got 3 items on the agenda today and we'll go through them in order on the agenda papers. We'll start with a presentation and update from officers, followed by an opportunity for the public and interested parties to address the committee, after which the committee will debate the proposal and come to a decision. And at various points throughout, after the presentation, after each public speaker, members of the committee will have the opportunity to ask questions for clarification. I'll just remind members as well, just to request to speak, if you could raise your sort of virtual blue hand, and if you've got a supplementary question on a particular point being raised, if you could just raise your hand to the screen and I'll be able to see that you've got a point that you'd like to come in quicker. As well, when we get round to sort of voting on the item, we'll conduct a named vote and I'll ask the democracy officer to conduct that at the relevant time. And just a reminder as well, after each item we'll have a short break, and just please don't leave your little boxes during the meeting. I think we've only got one apology, and I think we've got Councillor Lomas substituting for Councillor Perrott. But if I've missed any, shout at me now. Can't see any. Okay, so if we move on then, any declarations of interest? Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. Can I declare a personal non-pecuniary non-prejudicial interest in item 4A. A friend of mine owns an adjacent property, but he's confirmed he has no views on the application, so it doesn't affect my ability to determine it impartially.
Okay, thank you. I can't see any further declarations, so if you just move on to the minutes of the previous meeting, are we all happy for me to sign those as a correct record? If you could sort of wave your hand or thumbs up, or yeah, looks like a majority at least. Okay, so item 3 then is public participation. We've got no registrations under the general remit of the committee, so straight on to item 4. And the first item on the agenda then is 105 to 111 Micklegate, York. This is the erection of a new 62-bed hotel with bar restaurants on the ground floor after the demolition of the existing buildings. So if I could ask Gareth to give us the quick run through.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Gareth Arnold, Development Manager for City Council. I will share my screen to show you the presentation. Just bear with me. Sorry, someone will have to make me co-host in order to do that. Thank you. So we'll see that the title page on the screen. Thank you. So this is a planning application for the erection of a new 62-bed hotel with bar and restaurants on the ground floor following the demolition of the existing buildings. It's quite a lengthy presentation. It's got a complicated screen. So there we have the existing site plan with the sites outlined in red. Members can see Micklegate Bar, city walls, running to the southwest. That's the existing streetscape and the existing elevation, the buildings proposed for demolition. This range here, the centre of the shot, Priory Public House there, another public house called the Micklegate, I believe. This is the elevation to Priory Street, so beyond the Priory Public House, the church to the rear on Priory Street. You can see Micklegate Bar in the background. The existing rear elevation taken from its boundary with Dewsbury Court. Those are the properties that we're looking at in terms of the demolition. The south elevation. It's the proposed site plan. So here's the roofscape of the proposed building. You can see the adjacent properties, residential properties in Dewsbury Court, the Baptist Church, public house, the other public house, and properties on the other side of Micklegate. There we have the proposed street elevation. The upper drawing, the upper elevation shows a wider perspective. And this is the new building here. It's the elevation from Priory Street. So the coloured in part of the drawing is the building that we're looking at today. The rear elevation from Dewsbury Court, showing the height of the boundary wall. The south elevation, so across the rear of the properties to the south. The red line indicates the outline of the existing building. A cross section through the proposal, and a second cross section looking the other direction. Proposed ground floor, first floor, which shows the setback from the Dewsbury Court boundary. First floor, and a small element of bedrooms, and the third floor central to the site on the street frontage. And there's the roof plan. Photographs, so the site beyond the Priory Public House. So this is the property, which is a restaurant. You can just pick out as it turns the corner, turns the bend rather, the edge of the building, which is currently the car hire premises. There's a site from the junction of Micklegate with Bar Lane, from the steps up to the city wall. There's a site looking from Micklegate Bar. It's the rear of the site, looking from the city walls. So this roof here is the shed to the rear of the car hire premises. From Priory Street, so the building we're looking at is beyond that second gable end building. So that's the building which is currently the accommodation above the Indian restaurant, and there is the kitchen and ventilation equipment associated with the existing use. So unless there is any questions to be asked on that in respect to the presentation, if you want me to go back to any of those images, I'll move on.
Okay, if I could just ask if any members of the committee have got any questions on the images, if you could use your blue hand though. Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, it's difficult to get to me blue hand when we've got the presentation on. I just wondered if you could go back to the very first block plan and just indicate on the block plan which of the buildings around it are listed buildings? I know there's a range of grade 2 star and grade 1 listed buildings in the area. I just think it'd be helpful to understand the context it sits in.
I bring in Tim Goodall, who's the Development Management Planning Officer for this application, and he can talk us through the various buildings. Have we lost Tim? Can someone from the web team help me out here?
Hi Gareth, it's Chris. Tim's still online.
Oh,
can you
hello.
just?
Sorry, can I be heard?
You can now, Tim.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
Okay. Bear with me. Right, apologies about that. My Zoom is flicking in and out. In terms of the listed buildings, the Priory Public House next door is grade 2 listed. The Baptist Church on Priory Street is grade 2 listed. The Micklegate Bar and the city walls are grade 1 and then scheduled monuments. Across the road, I'm afraid it's a mix of grade 2 and 2 star. I'm afraid I'm just trying to find the relevant part of my report to which ones are. If you just bear with me, please. I'll just see if I can find the relevant section. So it's the building 122 to 26, which is the top of the drawing, and that's grade 2 star, and 144 to 148, which is a bit further down. Yeah, that's grade 2 star listed. And the Bar Hotel, which I think is now Gibson's, that is grade 2. So I believe, I think there are some other grade 2 possibly going. Obviously, there's a number in Micklegate, but in terms of the immediate surroundings, so the grade 1s are the bar and the city walls. There's a couple of grade 2 star, and the remainder are grade 2.
Okay, thank you. Have you got a supplementary, Councillor Crawshaw?
Thank you, Chair. It was just to add, I believe the building immediately next to the application site on the Micklegate Bar side, 127 it's not listed, but it's a building of merit in a conservation area, I think, and I'm not sure what protection that has or what that gives it. Obviously, I think we understand what listed buildings, what that means, but when it's a building of merit, is there any additional consideration that we need to give that within the conservation area?
It's something that's I'm not conservation, but it's something that's picked up within the conservation area appraisal for the Central Historic Core. So we went through and did an appraisal of the street, and that building is one that's picked out as a building of merit. So 127 Micklegate. It previously been included in the previous application on this side, but it's now been taken out. So it's something to. It's not statutory listed in the same way that a grade is, but it's one that's obviously, it does have some historic merit.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wardby, I think you've.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. Thank you very much. I've never heard of the grade 2 star listing. I didn't know what it meant. Sorry, my apologies.
Just in between grade 1 and grade 2, it doesn't warrant the to be given a grade 1 listing, which is the highest level of architectural and historic importance. but it is of greater importance than the grade 2. That's all.
Thank you to make that clear. I'm very sorry I didn't know it, but if I don't know it, then I can't make a decision. Thank you
Yes.
so much for your
Fair
help.
enough.
Okay, thank you. I can't see any further sort of immediate questions on the presentation, so
Okay,
if you want to take it down, Gareth, and I'll just invite any further questions from the committee at this point.
We do have a short update, Chair, that was circulated earlier, and Tim will go through that with you, if that's okay.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Gareth, in terms of the update that members were sent earlier on, that sets out there's a further objection to the application, the details there in terms of the impact on the listed buildings and design. Subsequent to the actual submission of the update, there was a further objection came in today from another local resident in York. They rejected. It's on similar grounds to previous, sort of in terms of not supportive of the design and picking out the impact on the conservation area, and noting it was a general sort of impact on the number of hotels being built in York. In terms of beyond the objections, in terms of, there's a number of amendments that have happened to the planning conditions. There's quite a few that's just after discussions with the applicant, as if members are minded to grant permission. It's just one where it basically amends the trigger point, so the applicant would submit the relevant details slightly later in the system. So, for example, they don't need to supply the material samples prior to the demolition of the building. It just gives them more time. So that's those are all agreed. And there's just a couple of corrections in the wording, and we've also had the drainage as informative has just been added to the end. That will go on a decision notice as well, if members are minded to approve that. But that's the rest of the update. I might just keep my microphone on if that's okay, just a second, if members have any questions, because I think it might take me 5 minutes to turn it off and on.
Okay, and I will just invite questions from the committee. I can see a couple. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. We've seen a number of times people objecting to the fact that more hotels are coming forward for planning permission. I'm not aware of it, but I'd just like officer confirmation as to whether this is correct or not, that there is no limit to the number of hotels. There's no restriction on the number of hotels in York that can be given approval. Is that correct?
In terms of this application, the applicant submitted, excuse me, submitted a study in support of the demand for hotel rooms. The council's policy department were consulted and raised no objection in terms of that, in terms of the proposed use. And the draft policies we have in the 2018 plan are also supportive of hotel, especially within a city centre location.
Thank you very much. I just want to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Crawshaw, I think next.
Thanks, Chair. I just wondered, Tim, if you could just talk me through a little bit. The Design, Conservation and Sustainable Development Manager in the comments, and I won't go through them all in great detail, but sort of, I think paragraph 3.21 on page 29 is the kind of summary comment, really, which is, suggesting that if it's executed well, this development assessed as a prominent but not harmful scheme. However, it's assessed as only just so, not harmful, and that views of other consultees disagree or may disagree. That's not unexpected, not refuted, and I think makes it clear that it's a subjective decision, really, as to whether it's harmful or not. And I just wondered, given the comments of the design manager and given the comments of, I think, pretty much all of the other consultees who have fallen on the other side of the fence in terms of their objection, I think there is an acknowledgement that this revised scheme is better than the previous schemes, but it hasn't gone far enough yet in the eyes of the Civic Trust and the various other sort of conservation consultees. When it then comes to the summing up in your report on page 44 at 6.2, it just seems to suggest that actually the conclusion is that this proposal doesn't harm the heritage assets, which seems to be a more clear-cut version than anything else that I've read anywhere within the report. And I just wondered if you could just talk us through your thinking on that and how you've come to that conclusion in a perhaps more clear-cut way at that stage than I'd perhaps anticipated from earlier on in the report?
Yes, certainly. Firstly, the council's design manager is in on the call, I believe. So if you've got any direct questions for him, I'll just go through what I've done in the report and how it's set out. So that was the design manager's comments on that. We've also had the council's conservation officer write a separate response, and that included no objection, and they found no harm was identified in their response. So that is this section. Bear with me. So that's paragraphs 3.2 onwards. That's two separate officers from that team. So in terms of harm to heritage assets within the National Planning Policy Framework, how they're identified. So the conservation officer didn't find that. And you're correct. You're right. It is a subjective one. Historic England and Civic Trust have obviously come to a different conclusion. Obviously, it's a very sensitive site, and I think bear with me 1 second, I'm just looking through the report as well. So you're right, Micklegate Planning Project, I think. So the Conservation Area Advisory Panel, I don't think their final response, that's paragraphs 338 and 339. They didn't, I don't believe, raise an objection to it. So that's really, so in terms of the planning balance, I took those views into account, and from my view, professional view, is that there isn't harm to the heritage assets based on you're looking at the design, looking at the context, and that's where my conclusion comes from. And that's set out. So my consideration of what the conservation officer and other consultees is set out in paragraphs, bear with me, 5.6 onwards. So hang on, sorry, I'm flicking through it on a. So in fact, paragraph 520, I've sort of noted, the process is not considered to have a harmful impact on the significantly identified heritage assets. So that's where that's drawn from. I hope that covers it.
Okay, thank you. Yep, Councillor Crawshaw, if you want to.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. That's really helpful, Tim. I think you mentioned that the design manager was on the call, and I'm just wondering, the reason I just want to sort of explore this a little bit is because I think it keeps being said throughout the report about what a prominent position this sits in, on such an important street, and we've seen how many historic and important buildings are around it. So I think it is worthy of just exploring a little bit more the thinking around, whether it is or isn't harmful. I don't know if the design manager might be able to just come and give us a little bit more of their thoughts, because from the reading of their part of the report, it probably was a finely judged decision, and it might just be helpful to guide the committee when we're thinking about it as to what the different factors were within that.
Hello, thank you, Councillor. My name's Guy Hanson. I'm an architect at the council and the design and sustainability manager. Happy to talk a little bit about this. If I just start briefly with the general nature of working with applicants, as Tim has said and others, we've been through a process of a couple of years now, and the scheme has slowly whittled down in scale. Obviously, from our sort of design officer recommendations, we've made a number of recommendations, and we get to a point where it's perhaps not quite as we liked it, but is it good enough in order to pass the tests of the NPPF? And one of the considerations we make here is around the character of the conservation area and this particular part of it. I mean, the conservation officer isn't here, so I'm possibly going to sort of paraphrase slightly incorrectly, but if we think about this site itself is the Holy Trinity Priory, which has subsequently developed in a slightly different way to the other side of the street, which has been a lot more commercial with the development in the 18th, 19th century of sort of large townhouses. This particular part has been developed with a sort of thinner depth plots, which is particularly emphasised by the sort of surviving fragments, which the Priory is one of those. It was formerly 4 properties, but it's now a pub, and there were further properties that have subsequently been demolished on this site itself. And when this site was demolished in the 20th century, so we've got bits of 1930s buildings and we've got bits of 1960s buildings. The 1960s building being the detractor. They were developed in a commercial way with no particular desire to go upwards. So you end up with, again, similarly scaled buildings to the Priory, or indeed the buildings, the jetted medieval buildings that are further down the road, that are higher status, which are similarly sort of probably let out by the Priory. And then we have to think about the significance of when we remove these buildings, or suggest that they are removed. Obviously, as Tim said, we've negotiated the retention of the building of merit, which is in effect a non-designated heritage asset. So that's, you know, to further questions around, does it have any status? It is a non-designated heritage asset, so it does have material consideration. But within the site itself, we're removing a detractor and a building of neutral value according to the conservation area appraisal. And the thing to consider when replacing it is it important to put it back in exactly the same scale, size, massing? And obviously this is a sort of former industrial use site at the moment, the deep garages with the flat roofs and the various chimneys and things at the back. And this is a different use, and it would be strange to sort of replicate that exactly, even if all things were considered equal, because it's a different typology. But the importance of it being slightly bigger, sort of, we think is worth consideration in the sense of how it sits within the overall townscape. Because we've obviously got on the other side of the building, quite a considerably more dominant and consistent street frontage of buildings that are sort of comparable in scale to the mid section of this particular application. So the two sort of gable end parts are sort of similar in scale to the buildings on the opposite side of the road. And we're thinking, is that important or harmful to the conservation area? So we think it is worth exploring the possibility of it being bigger, because, like I say, these other buildings are 20th century in terms of their heritage significance and contribution to the overall conservation area. There, it's not one of the higher designated parts. And then it comes down to a question of, is going to be prominent because it's higher, and so is that prominence a bad thing in itself? And I think we have to try and be slightly optimistic in the sense that not all prominent new things are bad, but that's where it comes down to this idea of how much bigger is it, and we sort of worked hard to get these sort of, it's split into 3 parts with the 2 slightly smaller bits to either side of it, with the central gabled bits, and how that creates a sort of varied roofscape. So when you squint your eyes, it sort of blends in reasonably well with the overall texture of the townscape. And we consider that with prominence comes the idea that it could be done well or badly, and if it's done badly, then it would be a harmful thing, which is why I made that statement there, and why it's really important to control the quality of the execution, which is a bit up in the air still at this point, because we're just making a point of determination on a piece of paper or a 3D visual. I'm not sure I'm rambling at this point, but we take the principle that it doesn't have to be exactly the same scale as the existing building, which is sort of getting back to my former point on the significances of the existing site. But we do acknowledge that it will be slightly prominent, but not prominent to the point where it looks strange in comparison to the overall street scene. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we've got Councillor Craghill next.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of questions that relate to the conditions or similar, and then another one about the sort of discussion we've just been having, really, I suppose, in relation to that. So my first one was Yeah, I'll leave that on that. It was page 50, the conditions 20 and 21, which were about sustainable building and meeting BREEAM excellent. I just wondered if you could clarify why condition 20 says prior to first use, details of the measures undertaken to secure compliance will be submitted, because as I understand it, you know, the whole point about incorporating sustainable building is that you should be doing it from day one of your design, really. And it does also say in that condition the development shall be carried out in accordance with the approved details. So maybe that, you know, is that meant to say prior to the start of construction? So if you could answer that, that would be helpful. Shall I do them one at a time?
Yeah, I think so on that.
Yeah, in terms of it's condition 20, I believe. Bear with me a second. I think that would have been, and that's a condition that has been taken from similar developments, but it could be moved forward to you know, to sort of post demolition, you know, to sort of above ground condition. I take the point you mean. I'm just rereading the condition here. But yeah, I believe it's one that we've used on others. But yeah, I mean, if you so wish, it could be moved closer. I understand the point. We could move the trigger point for the submission of details. Could we move early on in the process, such as post demolition or, you know, above ground development?
That would be helpful. Obviously, committee on the side. And then another question that I had was, why is there no Section 106 agreement mentioned in terms of, you know, for example, if there is some degree, well, I know you're saying there isn't any harm in a way, or you seem to be, but to mitigate the impact on the setting of the bar, you know, should there not be a Section 106 agreement?
Well, a Section 106 agreement would be imposed where a condition wouldn't be possible to announce. For example, like a contribution for affordable housing or public open space. And given the proposed use, so we're using conditions to provide the control for such as materials and you know, further details like cycle park. And there's not anything that requires a Section 106 agreement.
Okay, we can think about
Okay.
that. Yeah, my last question was really following on from the discussion that Councillor Forshaw started. I suspect going to resolve around the sort of judgment on the impact of the facade on Micklegate to some extent. I just wondered if the conservation could respond a bit more. Historic England and the Civic Trust, one or both of them, referred to the separation of the two plots. So not necessarily, well, partly to do with the historical nature, but more to do with the appearance of the street now with all its heritage assets. That the design that we're seeing at the moment is very symmetrical in the higher parts in the centre and doesn't show a separation or maybe a lack of symmetry that would be more in keeping with the street. And I just wondered what your thinking was about that, as not seeing that as a harm.
No, hang on my screen.
Thank you.
Sorry,
happy to talk about the sort of the aesthetics of the composition. The existing site has sort of got two bits on it, and this proposal has three bits. Obviously, going back into time into the Burgish plots, there would have been more elements that have been combined in previous centuries. So it's largely around, rather than recreating Burgish plots, would have had lots and lots of bits. It's creating an appropriate compositional device, and they've chosen three parts here in the main. And when you look at the elevation, there is a slight asymmetry to the three bits, so it doesn't read as a bit in the middle and two bookends. You get the part next to the priory cottages that is the smallest bit, the lowest bit, and in material language, it's a sort of rendered building. And then you get the two double bays in the middle, and then again a slightly different bit, which is a bit higher than the other side on the left, which is a brick building that's again got a slightly different fenestration approach to all of the parts. So you've got sort of three fenestrational devices that are quite distinct and different. So that in itself is sort of an asymmetry, and the overall roof lines are asymmetrical. But the bit in the middle is the same. And the question has been raised about should we make those two bits different? But I think you start to introduce too much artificiality with it. You know, there are examples of townhouses that are sort of double bayed that are the same, and you know, and they represent, you know, a building that was built on a particular time. And if you sort of pushed one of the gables down or up, you know, you start to create strange roof geometries that are sort of get way too complicated, and it also becomes too artificial. You've got to try and meet a point where you say, this is the middle bit. In itself, it has symmetry, but when seen as a composition with the overall three parts, it is asymmetrical. And it's reaching a balance between something that's too bland, and you know, which has, in a sense, a virtue of being unfussy, but you know, can be definitely in this context too bland, to a thing that's just overly complicated and too artificial. And so it is a sort of an aesthetic consideration that people will have different opinions on. But personally, I think if you started to make that bit in the middle asymmetrical, it just starts to look all a bit phony, and you should just accept that, you know, it's got merits in its own little mini compositional way, and not do too much with it. I should stop. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Webb.
Thank you, Chair. Question, I think, for Guy. Sorry, Guy. It's just about choices of materials, really. I know several people have raised concerns throughout this about the roof materials and the fact that there might be too many materials. And I was just wondering if you could sort of talk us through the conversations that have happened there regarding that, because obviously, weirdly, this is a unique position in that what the roof looks like from the city walls is quite important. Now, I'm not saying that actually it will or will not look better than the current view from the city walls, but it is quite important. So I was just wondering if you could talk through sort of the choice of materials and how you've come to where we are now.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, happy to talk about this. One of our first considerations with the overall appropriateness of the building is you know, this question that we keep returning back to about, is it pastiche? You know, is it just sort of, you know, pretending to be a part of history? And I hope I don't answer this in a really long, complicated way, but if we think about where we are now, the idea of modernity in itself is perhaps 100 years old. You know, when we come out of Germany in the 1925 and Bauhaus, you know, the idea of the machine for living, that it represents a lot of modern buildings aesthetics, you know, is in itself 100 years old. So I don't sort of take the assumption that it to be modern, it has to be a sort of a boxy thing with a flat roof. So we're starting with the premise of getting the right sort of appropriate massing and bits and shapes and profiles, and then once you accept that, you sort of then think, well, you know, what sort of architectural language am I going to make it in? And then you could try and be a classicist, like, you know, there are some modern practitioners who are classicists, like Robert Adam, who, you know, start with architectural classical principles and do modern versions of them. You could try and be postmodern, like they did in the 1980s, and just be whimsical and play with different little classical components. Or you could try and be completely copyist and sort of copy the priory next door to it or something like that, which again rarely works, but we occasionally do it successfully, whether you think it or not. But Dalton Terrace, you know, is an example of a building that was extended by repeating a terrace part on the end because they wanted a tall bit, and that was the only real successful way of doing it. And then, so if you accept none of those particularly will work, and you are using sort of languages that have traditional precedence, you want to do it in a really obvious contemporary way. And there are examples in the city have done that successfully. You know, the obvious ones we'll trot out are, you know, city screen and buildings like that, you know, that clearly are modern and contemporary. But when you squint your eyes, they sort of blend into the overall language of the townscape. And you know, the building next to St Helens Church on Davygate is similar. You know, the old Borders building, which again is in different materials, different languages, but it sort of makes sense because it's sort of honest to its own age of construction. And one of the things we try and do there is try and articulate how it's constructed and make those obviously modern devices. So crisp eaves details, some returning to your original question about materials, a use of a more relaxed use of materials that isn't overly historicist. So because they can, by the nature of doing them well, you end up doing things in a traditional manner. You know, if you detail a slate roof properly, you end up putting traditional details on it because that's how they evolved over time, and their visual aesthetics, you know, is the vernacular of how you put together traditional building materials. But we thought that would stray into pastiche again. So using materials like relatively modern materials like the metal for the roof was really a need to focus on its appropriate visual color and tone and texture, so it looked like slate when you squint your eyes, but was clearly modern and contemporary. And there are examples obviously of metal roofs when you look around the city centre, you know, old metal roofs, often on church buildings and high status buildings and what have you, but you know, it was that need to sort of make the language more contemporary than it perhaps would otherwise be if it was designed in a purely classicist sort of idiom of pitch roof slates, you know, cast iron drain pipes and hoppers. And which is part of the reason why the frame is articulated as a sort of standoff component again, which is, you know, it's clearly saying it's not a medieval timber frame building, even though it takes a slightly jetted form. You know, it's clearly modern. And how successful those details will be when they put them together will really be whether the building succeeds or fails. You know, returning to another element, which is around it, you know, it does have a high degree of glass on it, which I am personally slightly nervous with the middle section. But again, if we can control that through a series of shutters, then then that could be a successful and an interesting new addition to the street without. Obviously, we want to try and keep out nighttime illumination effects. So all these things are in the balance, but we've tried to give it, a best shot to get to where we are, really. And it's, it's a matter of judgment.
Okay. Did you have a follow-up there, Councillor Webb?
It was just very quick. I mean, it's good to see that there are other examples around the city, but in terms of on Micklegate itself, there aren't, are there? And I could listen to you all day, Guy. I have to say it's great. But...
You're muted, Guy.
There are some bad examples around the corner on Micklegate of metal roofs. I do take that. The top of top of Tanner Row, there are some nasty looking sort of tin sheddy type roofs. But what we're talking about here are, standing seam, traditional folded metal, which is a high quality product, which is a totally different sort of kettle of fish. I'm not quite sure what the Holy Trinity Church has got on its roof off the top of my head. So yes, you've got me there. But it is not an unfamiliar palette of materials for the city.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Colwick.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if this question is for Guy or for others, but it follows on from what is being discussed at the moment, because it seems to me that again and again, we draw towards a conclusion in this report that this is maybe just about okay, but there's nervousness around the vital importance of the materials, the craftsmanship, the workmanship that would be involved in this, and I wonder what degree of confidence there is in the conditions that are designed to sort of support that, and as far as it's possible, guarantee the quality of the final product. What degree of confidence do you have in the conditions to achieve that desired objective?
Okay, thank you. Gareth, do you want to?
Shall I come in on that? It's a case of we have to keep our eye on the ball in terms of what's submitted. There's a raft of conditions for details. The local planning authority has control in respect of approval of the details that are submitted, enforcement if they're not executed as approved. We also have to look at any non-material amendment applications that are submitted, just to ensure that the quality of the scheme isn't watered down through the procurement and the build process. But it's largely in our hands, and I think in terms of colleagues' assessment of the scheme, it's the issue is that the scheme is appropriate and acceptable to approve. We just have to keep at it in terms of and keep our eye on it in terms of how it moves forward through the construction process.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Corwitt, did you have a follow-up there? No. Okay, well, I can't see any more questions from the committee at the moment, so I think we can move on to our sort of public speakers, and we've got two people down to speak at the moment, and the first is Miss Pamela Chapman, who I'm hoping is on the line. Thank you for bearing with us. Obviously, that's been a fairly lengthy introductory part to the meeting. Yeah, and just Miss Chapman, what we usually do is we give sort of 3 minutes to speak. I'll give you a warning at sort of 30 seconds-ish from when 3 minutes is up. And if you could just stay on the line after your 3 minutes, and I'll just check to see whether the committee's got any questions they'd like to ask.
Okay.
But if you'd like to make a start in your own time.
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. I submitted comments objecting to the original and current planning applications, both as a neighbour to the proposed scheme and as a resident of York. I'd like to make some specific comments this afternoon and suggest that the application perhaps requires further amendment before approval. Consideration of any development in Micklegate is undoubtedly of the utmost importance. Any decision should not be focused on some immediate tidying up that might be required, but the longer term impact on this area. As another commentator on the application has observed, Nicholas Pevsner remarked in The Buildings of England, Micklegate is without doubt the most architecturally rewarding street in York. And similarly, Lord Isher, who wrote a study of conservation for York, published in 1968 and funded by the city, commented, one's heart and one's enthusiasm really went into the Minster area and Micklegate, which had a quality of its own with a very good main street. Whilst the current development is divided, proposal is divided to give variety in the height of the facade, at the end of the day, it's one building, the scale and mass of which are inappropriate for this part of Micklegate, adjacent to the scheduled monument of Micklegate Bar. More specifically, rather than dating from the mid-20th century, as referred to in the Planning Committee report, I believe one of the two existing buildings that will be demolished to make way for the proposed development may date from the Georgian period. It was certainly there by the 1880s, as evidenced in the photographs in the applicant's design, design access statement on page 25. The original building still remains in evidence at first floor level and in the roofscape of Minster Car Hire today. This building contributes significantly to the historic development of this part of Micklegate, including the introduction of the motor car into the city, as it eventually became an early car showroom. Under the circumstances, given that York is a city that prides itself on protecting its heritage, I really don't understand how the Planning Committee can brush aside the objections made by 3 major consultees. And Johnny Corshaw has already introduced this point, and it's been explored in some detail. But Micklegate Ward Committee, one of the city's ward committees intended to improve community engagement and involvement. Historic England, of course, and last but not least, the expert volunteers of the local authorities consultee, York Civic Trust. Finally, speaking as a neighbour, I'm still awaiting the drawings promised 2 months ago by the applicant that are designed to show the impact of the development on Dewsbury Court properties. That's me.
Okay. Thank you. I'll just, if you just bear with us a sec, I'll just check whether the committee's got any questions. So if you do, if you could pop her hand up. I can see Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for that. I just wondered if you could elaborate, because you know, I'll be honest, that's the first I've heard about the Minster car being older than we perhaps have been told. I was aware that it was a sort of 1930s building. I wasn't aware that it was older than that, and I wondered if you could. Is it purely from the photographs that you're able to determine that, or is there anything further in evidence that we can?
Sorry.
Okay.
I haven't done any specific research on the building, but I do know from the buildings produced by the architects that the building appears to appear as on their 1880s timeline. And certainly looking at it from my own windows, the roofscape is very similar to the building of heritage importance immediately adjacent to it. It does have a history. Some photographs that I don't think appear in the design access statement, which show it as an early car showroom in the city. Hence my later comment that it does have part to play in the history of the city from that perspective.
Thank you.
Okay.
But you can see it quite clearly from the first floor level, both on the front facade and the rear.
Okay. I can't see any further questions, so I'll just say thank you to Ms Chapman for addressing the committee this afternoon.
Thank you.
You'll be taken out of the online meeting now, but you'll be able to watch the remainder of the meeting online on the webcast.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If we could then move on then to Neil Brown, who's the architect, I think, from Vincent and Brown. And similarly, you've got 3 minutes to address the committee, and I'll give you a warning at 30 seconds. Yep, and if you start in your own time.
Good evening, Chair and members. Neil Brown of York-based architects Vincent and Brown and local residents. This project has evolved for over 2 years following a close working relationship with the Council's conservation team and in consultation with local stakeholders. The process has been both iterative and collaborative, and every aspect has been deeply considered and carefully assessed by officers throughout. Micklegate is recognised by some as one of the most historic and architecturally rewarding streets in York. Consequently, the perspective from which we approach the design is one of conservation and to manage change whilst preserving cultural significance. In doing so, it is vital to appreciate the area's history and evolution that has led Micklegate to its current form. Whilst the street's present style is principally Georgian, significant parts of its built form originate from medieval times when the Holy Trinity Priory occupied the southern side of the street. Due to the Priory's existence, the application site is flanked by wider medieval plots and several examples of timber frame buildings still survive to this day. It is essential, therefore, that the proposals successfully integrate with this form and character. The proposals include the removal of Micklegate's only building identified as a detractor, and together with one that is considered neutral. The new contemporary design draws on the historic language of jetted medieval buildings, combining elements of form and scale, materials, and a varied and recessive roofline, characteristic of both Micklegate and the wider city centre. We met with residents of Dewsbury Court on several occasions, resulting in a rear composition that steps down in height and respects both privacy and visual amenity. At ground level, a new publicly accessible frontage, combined with an extended pavement width, will help stimulate a currently dormant part of the streetscape and facilitate the city's aspiration for a more pedestrian-friendly street. On the whole, the project will boost the local economy and also be highly sustainable, exceeding the requirements of draft local plan policies CC1 and CC2, and will achieve a BREEAM rating of excellent. The Council's Conservation Officer concludes in his report that the design is sympathetic to its surroundings, is appropriate in terms of scale and materials,
30 seconds.
will preserve Micklegate's architectural and historic character, and also maintain a strong sense of place. Our heritage advisor, Chris Mealey, has been involved in the project throughout and is here to take questions along with other members of the team. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just ask if the committee have got any questions. See Councillor Crawshaw.
Thank you, Chair. I've got two questions, if I may. The first, I just wondered, Neil, if you could just elaborate on, you mentioned the extended pavement width, which is not something that I picked up from any of the drawings or within the application. In what way is the pavement being extended and how much wider will it be?
Because of the jetted medieval form of the building, the uppermost parts of the building actually sit behind the back of pavement lines. So if you imagine as it steps inwards towards the lower levels, that essentially creates an additional pavement width of 1.5 metres. At the entrance is actually an additional 2 metres. So that would result in an overall pavement width across the entire width of the plot of between 4.5 and 5 metres compared to the existing 3. Hopefully that makes sense.
I'm struggling to picture that because that seems incredibly wide compared the existing pavement. I don't recognise that as being 3 metres wide. So if I can just try and ask it in terms of the how it sits then with the line of the Priory and the 127. Are you saying that the building frontage will sit back from that line on at ground level?
Yeah, if you imagine the face of the Priory, or indeed 127 on the other side, our building at ground floor level will step back by 1.5 metres.
Okay.
At ground floor level, and then as the upper floors of the building, they start to step out.
That makes sense. Thank you. I understand that now. And if I may share, the second question that I just wanted to put, and I don't know whether this is one for you, Neil, or anybody that you've got with you. The report, there's 2 paragraphs that I just want to kind of bring to your attention in the report, really. The paragraph 3.16, which is on page 28, which I've already mentioned to the committee, it talks about, you know, the focus, the way that this building will draw the focus on the street, and my reading of it and the mentioning about the prominence is that, you know, really this should lend itself to a kind of exemplar design. You know, it should be a landmark building because of its prominence in the street. Then sort of going on to page 37 and paragraph 5.8, which is talking about harm to the existing heritage assets and you know, how it sits within the street scene. If this committee decides that this development does cause harm, and clearly some of the consultees do believe it currently causes harm, that would then require us to have clear and convincing justification that the harm was okay, and you know, we could make an exception, and given the number of grade 2 and grade 2 star and obviously the scheduled monument that are in close proximity, you know, it would have to be wholly exceptional for us to be able to approve it if we decided that it was causing harm. So I suppose what I'm asking you to do really is articulate why this is a building of such great design to occupy such a prominent position on such an important street with so many heritage assets around it.
You'll have to say,
could I ask Chris Mealy, our heritage consultant, to answer this question, please?
Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Can the committee hear me? Because this is the first time I've dialed into this meeting.
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much. I'll just introduce myself. I'm Chris Mealy. I'm a senior partner at Montague Evans. We're chartered town planners. I'm a planner myself, but a specialist in the historic environment. I was formerly an English heritage inspector and have been in private practice for 20 years. I've been involved in the project for its duration, really, about 2 years, and have seen the design evolve and taken part in detailed discussions with officers. The question that's being put, I think, if I understand it correctly, is if the committee forms a planning judgment that is different to the advice from the conservation officer, which I think is clear, and Neil read out some of that, and I think the very eloquent analysis that Mr. Hansen has undertaken, and which I do commend, and I couldn't better, and it finds a degree of harm, then what is the clear and convincing justification by policy? And the policy at issue here is paragraph 196 of the National Planning Policy Framework. Before the committee comes to that decision about the clear and convincing justification, it has to understand the degree of harm that would occur to the designated heritage asset, which I think we can all agree here is the conservation area, because the focus of discussion really is around that, and that's been the focus of the objections that have been received. The assessment of impact on a designated asset is on the whole of the designated asset, and it's therefore a relative judgment. I don't believe that there is any harm in this instance. I agree with the conservation officer and the design officer, but it would seem to me, as a chartered professional addressing you, that any such harm would have to be extremely limited. But that is your judgment. But the frame of reference is the conservation area as a whole, and particularly this part of it, which is Micklegate, which is a significant and large element. Having come to that view, you would then need to ask whether or not there are any countervailing benefits to outweigh the harm. And to be absolutely clear, particularly because listed buildings are an area of considerable dispute and even litigation, you probably know, there are benefits of two kinds that you can consider. The first kind of benefit are heritage benefits, and the second kind would be other planning benefits. And I'll just take each in turn, because I think these are the points we would invite you to consider. The first benefit is the removal of a detracting building. And it doesn't just detract because of its architecture, but also because of its use. It's an inappropriate use in this location, and I understand the City Council is wanting to encourage a more pedestrian-friendly environment, and the use there at the moment doesn't do that. The second benefit we invite you to consider is and it's a very weighty one, an improvement to the view of the rear of the property from the city walls. And there is in the information available some illustrations of that. It is considerable. The view from the south is quite poor. We say that the building that goes back in place of what's there at the moment is actually a better piece of architecture. We see that as a benefit, and you can give weight to that if you find some harm, and that can override the harm in itself. And I don't need to summarize the points in favor of the scheme that have been put and discussed already. But you can also give weight as part of your deliberation in a less than substantial harm case, which is what this would be, paragraph 196, to other planning benefits. And other planning benefits would include the land use planning benefit of the hotel use, which is treated separately in the report. It would include contribution to street vitality and general improvement, I think anyway, to a part of Micklegate that feels a little bit left behind. So an increase in activity, and when you come through the bar, actually, a sense of arrival and event, which I think anyone would experience when they come through the bar. And at the moment, really, I have to say, it feels to me a little dispiriting in this part of Micklegate. And I don't mean to offend anyone if they feel otherwise, but just looking at the buildings there at the moment. So those are, I count them 5 benefits, I think, that you can take into account as demonstrating a clear and convincing justification. I just conclude the answer to the question just by reflecting back some obvious points, but worth stating, and they've been made. It is obviously a very sensitive site. I have to say it's been a pleasure to be involved with the design process on this site. And as Mr. Hansen has said, it is exactly the sort of site and proposal that is inevitably going to attract different kinds of views. It shouldn't be a popularity contest, but if we think of the 5 consultees, I think, whose opinions you need to give careful consideration to, there's, on the one hand, your conservation officer, your design officer, and the conservation area committee are support the scheme broadly. They think it meets the statutory test of preserve or enhance. The applicant invites you to consider it an enhancement. Your officers are saying it preserves, but that's all you have to do to meet the tests. And on the other side are Historic England and the Civic Trust. Now, the Civic Trust acknowledges that the scheme is an improvement, but as I read its letter, its submission, it's really mostly concerned about points of detail. And those have been addressed already by your officers, and conditions are amply suited and appropriately worded, and our client understands that entirely. And I should add equally that in developing the design details for this building, when we moved very decisively from a more modern idiom, which was Georgian in its inspiration, to this idiom, a focus of discussion amongst us all was to come up with details that could be procured in a modern construction system, because nobody wanted details shown on a drawing that wouldn't make sense in procurement terms. It goes without saying this is a commercial development, and all of this has been understood. As to Historic England's objection, sadly, I have to say they have actually misunderstood some of the important context. It's been touched on several times. Their concern about the extent of the development doesn't reflect the fact that this part of Micklegate didn't have burgage plots, which were divided into small units, but had longer buildings. And it must be said also, Historic England recognised none of the benefits that I've identified for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Crossley, do you have a supplementary there? Or?
It's okay. That was a very extensive answer. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Craghill.
Thank you. Yes, I'm just possibly a shorter answer to this. I don't know. I'm just looking at the image, the kind of Photoshop, whatever you call it nowadays, of what the building would look like that you included in the pack that you sent to planning committee members, I think, this morning. And I've just got to enlarge quite a lot because my eyes are not that great, so I can focus on the building itself. And I can see that it sort of comes out in steps. So each floor of the building is stepped outwards further towards the street, which I suppose relates to the discussion about the pavement widths to some extent. But it also appears in this picture you sent us that you then have a very large gable end that with nothing to break it up, that rises up to a point behind the Priory pub. And I just wondered what the thinking is behind that. It does seem to dominate the bar quite a lot. What's the design thinking behind that?
Just so I understand the question correctly, it's the gable facing away from the bar as you look towards the bar. Page 2 of the brochure.
Yeah.
Sorry, page 3. The thinking behind that is it's a very, very similar architectural language and style to other buildings along Micklegate. If you give you a couple of examples of similar double-piled, as they're called, roofs, Micklegate House, Garforth House, and the building opposite Garforth House at the bottom of the street, as well as other quite small buildings. To give you some sort of context as well around the scale of our proposals at that point would be 13.1 metres tall. The other buildings that exist down the street I just mentioned there range from, I think, 17.5 metres up to about 18 metres tall. So our building is essentially a substantial story lower than those buildings, and that was one of the aspects that we discussed quite closely with the conservation officer. and it was felt that the simplicity, to not overcomplicate the design, would be the right thing to do. You can't see it on that image, but some of the brickwork, incidentally, is actually specified to be of a certain bond on the front, which is very reminiscent of other buildings down the street, and then perhaps a more simplistic brickwork bond along the side gable elevations, which reflects the historic nature, I guess, of the buildings and the materials around. I mean, to help answer that question as well in terms of townscape, could I ask Chris as well to come in and perhaps assist?
Please, but briefly, if possible.
Yeah, thank you very much, Neil, and I promise I will be briefer. I think just 2 points to assist you, Councillor. The visibility of a plain gable wall is just a common characteristic along Micklegate in lots of streets of York, and indeed any historic towns. I think if you just go back to the image I think you're referring to, the other point I would make is that the part of the lower part of the development adjoining that gable wall has a dormer set into the gable end, and I think that provides a nice step change in scale as between the two. So we did think very carefully about the way that central section projected above the lower roof, and as Neil had said, I think we were all pretty happy. But of course, I understand the question.
Thank you. Did you have a follow-up, Councillor Crackhill?
Thank you. No, I don't really have a follow-up, but I did have a very quick other question that I think it was Chris who mentioned that I think he meant the Conservation Area Advisory Panel hadn't objected. I think this is at 3.39 on page 33. I'm not really clear whether they objected or not from that summary. Continued their objection.
Can you hear me, Councillor? I beg your pardon, because I have a copy of their objection, or not their objection, sorry, their comment to hand. And yeah, I mean, it might be one for one of the officers to answer, because I can't lay my hand on the actual commentary. But I did. No, I beg your pardon. And on my reading of it, it was not an objection.
Okay.
Okay. We can save that for Tim shortly. I can't see any further questions, so it just remains to thank you for your time this evening. And similarly, you'll be taken out of the meeting at the moment, but it's being webcast online, and I'm sure you'll want to continue watching. I can see Sandra Brannigan's got her hand up. If you'd like to come in.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm Sandra Brannigan. I'm the solicitor to the List Planning Committee for the Council. Chair, may I just clarify what is the NPPF test for assessing harm to heritage assets? So if this is just to follow on from what the applicant's representative said, if members do decide that there is harm to a designated heritage asset and they consider that harm is less than substantial harm, then the NPPF test is set out in paragraph 196, and it says that that harm to the designated heritage asset should be weighed against the public benefits of the proposal, including where appropriate securing its optimum viable use. So it's a test of public benefits, essentially. Okay. So I just hope that just some clarification as members move into debate, and no doubt if necessary, planning officers would advise members as to the issue of what the public benefits may be, if necessary. If members consider that there is, sorry, Chair, if members consider that there is substantial harm, then there is a different test in paragraph 195 of substantial public benefits. That's a more complicated test, and we can look at that if it's considered necessary, if members find there is substantial harm.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I could see briefly that Councillor Crawshaw had his hand up, so he may have a follow-up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. If I may, Sandra, sorry, this was a further question just for clarification. Just in terms of, and apologies if I mix my terms up here, there was a suggestion that we had to weigh the harm against the sort of the whole heritage asset, as it were. I've always understood, in terms of listed buildings, that you would look at the listed building and you'd look at the context in which the listed building sits, not necessarily looking at the conservation area as a whole. And I guess we've got different weights of listed buildings. We've got the grade 1 scheduled monument, grade 2 star. And I just wondered if you could just give us some clarity about the relationship between the conservation area as a whole context, the context in which the individual listings sit, and how we should weigh any harm with in relation to those different things, if they are indeed different.
Or Chair, it may be that Guy or Gareth might need to assist in relation to some aspects of this question, but the conservation area is a designated heritage asset in NPPF terms, as are the listed buildings. So members will need to assess which, if any, of those designated heritage assets are harmed. And then you need to weigh the public benefits against those harms and see whether the public benefits outweigh the harm, essentially.
So just to be clear, if I'm understanding it then, because the implication that I took from the speaker was that we would just weigh it against a single consideration of harm on the heritage asset as the conservation area. Actually, we can be looking at the harm potentially to just the Priory next door as a grade 2 listed building, or just the harm to Micklegate Bar as a grade 1 listed building, if we deemed that was relevant, and we could also consider the wider context of the conservation area as well. Each of those things has something to be considered. Is that my
Yes, I think that's correct. You may consider that there is no harm to the conservation area, but there is harm to a listed building, for example, or vice versa.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I was trying to get at.
All right,
that's great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just invite any questions based on what we've heard, points of clarification to the officers, if anybody has any. Can't see any. Oh, Councillor Webb, just in time.
Sorry, just a brief one. A hotel this big, how many jobs would that sort of do? I mean, there must be other hotels in the city of similar scale. Have we any thoughts of the number of jobs that this would provide? I'm thinking in terms of, benefits, I suppose. Anyone any thoughts?
If I could throw that at Gareth to start.
I don't have the details to hand, I'm afraid. It would have been a question better put to the applicant.
Didn't want to risk it.
Tim, do you have the details, if there was any details put in the planning application form?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep. Excellent, that's good. Sorry, my things slipping up. The application form that came with the planning application was for 20 full-time equivalent posts in terms of employment. While my microphone's working, I can provide further clarification on the conservation area advisory panel comments, if you like to believe that was brought up. So I've got it to hand here. It's basically a set of general comments that set out that they welcome the proposed changes following previous concerns, and the only outstanding concern was that Jassi said it's the duality, symmetry of the two gables, and it's just like a better example is the one on the pavement, which I believe is no name of the house. Where is it? I'm afraid that one's gone now. Sorry, my laptop's gone. Yeah, I believe it's the the gable-fronted building on Micklegate, which I think was Mr. Jones, the bootmaker, I believe, was York Gin. I think that's the one. They just referenced it. So it doesn't specifically say there's an objection to it. It just welcomes the changes, and that was their there's just one concern remaining.
Okay, thank you. Can't see any further questions at this time, so if we're happy to move on into the sort of debate stage. So if anybody would like to advance an opinion, this is your chance. I can see Councillor Crawshaw. Let's go first.
Thanks, Chair. I feel like I've been the speaking on every opportunity this evening. I'm just going to put some thoughts across really for the committee to consider at this moment, because I do find myself looking at this and it's quite a fine judgment. The original application as it went in, I think there was some really great concerns around it, not least the impact on the residents at the rear at Dewsbury Court and Terrace, and the two-story basement that was due to go in, and all the implications, for potential archaeology there. So there's been some fairly significant movement by the applicant, and I think that's to be applauded, and that's reflected in most of the comments that the various consultees have made. I think I do agree to some extent with something that the applicant said as well about the top end of Micklegate perhaps not singing quite as much as it could do, or it has the potential to do, although it very much is a street that is evolving at the moment, and over the last sort of 5 years or so, there's been some really significant changes that have really had a really positive impact on the street. And I suppose what I hoped from this development was that this would be something that would very, very clearly be really kind of cementing the progress that the street's made in terms of the old reputation that Micklegate used to have as a not particularly nice place to go on a Saturday night, versus the new reputation that it's been developing of really high quality restaurants and good bars and a much nicer, more welcoming place to be. I feel as though the application has maybe just about possibly just crept over the line in terms of not quite causing harm, maybe, but it maybe still does cause harm. And it maybe is just about a good enough design if we can make sure that all of the conditions are really tight. But I feel overall like this is a bit of a missed opportunity to really put a fantastic development on a really prominent part of the really prominent site on a really prominent part of the city that we could really be singing and dancing about. So I'm struggling to outright object to it. I'm also struggling to really enthusiastically in any way give it support, because I just feel that there's a bit more that we could get out of this, and I wonder almost whether it is one of those ones where a deferral and a come on lads, you can really give us a development that we can be proud of. So that's kind of where I am a little bit. I'm slightly sitting on the fence, and I'd be really interested to hear everybody else's views at the moment before I finally make up my mind.
Okay, well, you've flushed out a few others. So Councillor Galvin.
Sorry, there are that many bits and buttons to press. One often gets the wrong chair. I suppose in a way one might argue, and depending on which position one comes from, that anything that goes on this site risks harming what people are worried about. I personally think we've had a pretty good go at this, and I think we've had some excellent, even though it was probably a little bit long-winded, we've had some excellent explanations of a whole range of issues around this particular issue of harm, etc., etc. I guess whatever we put in there will be detractors. And listening, and I have listened, at some time my mind has occasionally wandered, but I have listened with great care to the people who I use the word experts, and it's not always a popular term at present, but nevertheless. And on balance, I think this has got to be as near as we're going to get. I'm not quite sure what Councillor Crawshaw thinks what more we can get. If he wants it to be a pastiche, then so be it. I personally don't. And looking at the various illustrations that we've had, I think, in all honesty, in terms of visual, if nothing else, it's a far better visual appearance than what is there now. I'm quite prepared. I mean, I don't know how long people want to take this debate on, but I'm quite prepared, Chair, at this point in time to in essence, move the officer's recommendation. But I would also be quite happy to accept any slight amendments to conditions that members feel will be worth it, because I do think that after 2 years hard work with the conservation people and everybody else concerned, that we've probably, I personally think, I have no problem. I don't think there's anything more we can get to satisfy me. So I'm quite happy, Chair, to move the officer's recommendation, as I say, with the sort of codicil, if you like, that there may well be some slight alterations to the conditions.
Thank you, Councillor Garvin. And I note there was a possible change to condition 20, just to bring forward that that point. I'll ask at this point then if there's anybody willing to second that. And I guess if you could put your hand to your screen. Can't see anybody willing to second. Oh. Councillor Fisher, are you happy to second?
Yes, I on balance think I can second this. I've looked at it endlessly. I've looked at the original scheme, which was wholly unacceptable. You're always in difficulty with a site like this. If you put it too traditional, it becomes a pastiche. If you're too radical, it harms the heritage asset. In my view, this improves the view from the bar walls immeasurably by removing those horrible sheds at the back. It improves the view from Dewsbury Court, and it removes the building, which I think is, along with one other building at the other end, the major detractor from Micklegate, from the whole of Micklegate. I mean, the aesthetics, you know, one man's sterling prize is another person's carbuncle cup. You know, personally, I'd knock the Lloyd's building down in London in a second because it's horrible in my view, but it's a Grade 1 listed building. You can't please everybody aesthetically. I think this falls just on the right side now of being satisfactory. I think the critical thing, though, will be control of materials, because I think the materials that are used and the quality of the materials is absolutely critical to the success of the scheme. So we need to condition the materials very, very carefully. But on balance, I think this is okay now, and I'm happy to second it.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Webb next.
Thank you, Chair. I'm still a little bit undecided on this one, in the sense that we're all sort of saying, well, it's kind of all right, isn't it? And I suppose the issue is that we don't want it too modern, and we don't want it Disneyland old, and as a result, we've kind of got nothing, or at least there's the potential. I would strongly support Councillor Fisher's points about materials, and actually we do need to make sure that if this is built in this design, and actually I don't necessarily have too much of a problem with the design, but what I do have a problem with is that it's going to be the quality, it's going to be the finish of this, and I'm not quite sure it's necessarily there yet. So I am sort of still up on the fence with Councillor Crawshaw, which is a slightly uncomfortable place to be, but I'd like to hear some more points if anyone else has got them.
Councillor Crokill.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, I was quite unsure, as everyone else has said, this is very close to the line, isn't it? Which side of the line does it come down? And I was quite unsure. I suppose in my own mind and looking at this image that I referred to before, I kind of put in the test of, well, when I walk down Micklegate, when it's finished, or walk along the walls, will I think, you know, as you do sometimes, who allowed that to happen there? And which is a colloquial way, I think, of talking about the balance of harm, really. And I think I might just still think that, really. from as far as I can tell, I tend to share the view of the Civic Trust and Historic England that it's improved a lot, and it might be getting there, but it's not there. I definitely don't want pastiche, and I have no objection to really high quality contemporary architecture to set off all the historic buildings from previous layers of history. I'm just not sure that we've got that highest quality of contemporary architecture that we should be expecting in this location, really, from what we're looking at here. So I am veering towards not supporting this.
Thank you. Sandra Brannigan's got her hand up.
Yeah,
at this point.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt the debate, but I wondered whether it might assist members to be reminded of what the NPPF tells us is the planning balance that members are required to make. Paragraph 2.2 of the officer's report says that paragraph 11 of the NPPF advises that at the heart of the framework there is a presumption in favour of sustainable development. I've just been scanning through the report. I don't think that the office report sets out fully what that paragraph 11 test is, but if I could remind members, I'm just looking away, Chair, because I've got another screen here with the NPPF up. So the balance that members need to consider is if members determine that there either is no harm to designated heritage assets, or there is harm that is less than substantial, and that harm is outweighed by the public benefits of the proposal, then the planning balance is that members should grant permission unless any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies in this framework taken as a whole. So that is that planning permission ought to be granted unless any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. And that is what is often described as being the tilted balance. It's the balance in favour of sustainable development. So that is it's not a straightforward balancing exercise. It is slightly tilted in favour of grant if the heritage tests in the NPPF are met.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Chair. While I was listening to a lot of the speakers and a lot of the discussion around this, what came into my mind was that a lot of I hesitate to say weight, because I know that weight means something different when we're talking about these balances, but a lot of weight is we're being asked to give a lot of weight to the fact that the current building detracts from the conservation area. And at first, when I heard that, I thought, well, yes, of course we should, if there's an opportunity to get rid of something that detracts from the conservation area, then of course we should look to do that. But to my mind, that's only if what it's being replaced with doesn't repeat the mistake, or not do the opposite, if you like. So for me, it's not entirely clear for me, because of a lot of the things that are in the reports about how there is you know, this impact on the conservation area and impact on neighbouring buildings, and that seems to be being presented as it's outweighed by benefit, but I'm not sure it is. I think that the passing something, approving something because it's just about on the line of acceptable when it's in an area within, you know, footsteps of a scheduled monument is just not good enough, and doesn't outweigh, the benefits don't outweigh the harm to that heritage asset. When you then take into account that it's in a conservation area, and that it is flanked on all sides virtually by grade 2 listed or grade 2 star listed properties, I think the harms are kind of all around, in every direction, and I don't see enough to outweigh those harms, even taking into account what Sandra has just explained, which I think is helpful. I think that we need to be doing better.
Thank you. I guess it's a case of whether or not acceptable is a sort of absolute fixed position anywhere, or is a sort of relative position that takes into account, you know, where exactly the building is. And I'd assume, you know, when we say it's acceptable, we mean that, you know, taking into account the context of the building and any potential harm it may have, it is acceptable in this location. And, you know, on that basis, I think I'm happy to support the application. Councillor Lomas, you've got your.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think what you've just said is really interesting, because I haven't read anything in here that defines acceptable, nor have I think I may have missed it, but I think all of the opinions about things are obviously subjective, and Councillor Fisher gave some examples during his contribution of that. So I think that what we have to look at is there harm, and is the harm outweighed by benefit?
Okay. Councillor Crusher, I see you've got your hand up, but then I think we're probably in a position where we should probably test the feeling of the committee on this. We've got a proposal and a seconder, so I'll give you the last word.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, maybe not. Yeah, I mean, I just want to be clear. You know, I'm definitely not looking for pastiche. I'm looking for absolutely exemplar, good modern design on this site, and I guess that what I'm looking at is, you know, have we got that, and if we had that, would that outweigh the harm that the development would create? And I think, you know, the issue of harm in that area is quite clearly demonstrable, because I mean, if you're standing at the end of Priory Street looking towards Micklegate Bar, it's very clear that part of the view of Micklegate Bar is impeded from what you can currently see of Micklegate Bar, so it causes harm to the sightline of that scheduled monument. And you know, Micklegate Bar is the most important of our gateways in the entire city, and I'm not just saying that as a Micklegate councillor. It's the, you know, the entrance to York and all of that. So I do think that we are looking at a weighing of harm, and we're looking at a weighing of harm against some of the most important assets, heritage assets that we have in the city. And as Councillor Lomas noted, it's not just one; it's a myriad of them. You know, they're on every side, you know, front and back. And so I think Sandra's sort of just reiteration of that planning balance has really helped me, actually, in terms of thinking about this. I do really see the benefits of some form of development at this site. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be having any development. I do think that, you know, it would be a shame to lose the Minster Van Hire, but it's not the most fantastic building in the world, and I see the benefit of losing you know, the Ginner building, which is, you know, it isn't a pretty building. But as again Councillor Loma said, you know, just removing that doesn't mean that we should then just put any old thing up in its place. And so I think I'm not going to be able to support approval. If that motion, you know, if that proposal falls, I think we might want to have a conversation about what we do next. But I don't think I can support an approval at this moment in time.
Okay, thank you. Gareth, you've got your hand up.
Could I just before members go into the vote, can I just, because some of the debate is still blurring what the NPPF talks about in terms of harm and in terms of how these applications which impact on heritage assets should be considered. And Sandra has made that point, and before members vote, I just want to be absolutely clear that members are aware of this, and also that you will have to identify what that harm is when making your decision, because we can't defend a refusal of planning permission if we're not quite sure what we're defending. So you're going to have to be clear as to what that is, and then if you're saying that the development will lead to less than substantial harm to the significance of the designated heritage asset, and the test is that this harm is weighed against public benefits of the proposal, and those public benefits have been outlined by what the applicant says. The officer's report doesn't go into public benefits because the officer's report considers that the application and the proposal doesn't harm heritage assets. That's our recommendation. Whether that's a balance or not, the decision has come down. The officer's decision has come down on the side of not causing harm, and I think that's clearly stated in the report. I don't think it's unclear. Just wanted to make those points to members.
Thank you, Gareth. I'm happy to move to the vote now, unless there's any final burning points that absolutely need to be made. But I guess, Gareth, if you could just outline what we're voting on essentially, and I think it was probably just that change to condition 20 that we've mentioned.
Yes, Chair. So the recommendation is that permission is granted, subject to the conditions outlined in the report, as amended by the tabled amendments, and the suggestion from Councillor Craghill that we accept is that condition 20 is amended to require the details prior to the commencement of the construction of the building.
Thank you. Just before we vote, then, can all members just sort of indicate visually that you've heard the whole debate and you've been present? Thank you. I think that's everyone. So if I could just ask Michelle then to conduct the vote.
Okay. If members could please state whether you're voting for, against, or abstaining. Councillor Craghill.
Against.
Councillor Cullick. Councillor Cullick. Sorry, I think you might have it on mute. Yeah.
I guess, would it be okay for Councillor Culwick to indicate sort of visually? I guess that's a 4, is it?
So Councillor Cullick is voting for the motion to approve. Councillor Crawshaw.
Against.
Councillor Fisher.
For.
Councillor Galvin.
For.
Councillor Lomas.
Against.
Councillor Melly.
Against.
Councillor Orrell.
For.
Councillor Wardby.
For.
Councillor Webb.
Against.
Councillor Hollier.
For.
So that motion to approve is carried. 6 voted for and 5 voted against.
Thank you. So that is approved. I think then we should probably take a 10-minute break. So if we could all be back about 6:30. If I could ask members just to turn your videos off.
Hello? Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, hi.
Right, thank you and welcome back everyone. If we can move on then to item 4B, which is the application of the Lord Nelson, 9 Main Street, Nether, Poppleton. This is for the erection of 2 dwellings with detached garages on land to the rear of the Lord Nelson pub. And Gareth, if you're able to run us through the presentation.
Yes, Chair, just bear with me. I haven't teed it up to quite the right position yet. Okay, there we go. Right, so I'll share my screen. Is that visible to members?
Yeah, we can see that.
Good. Just have a... so, Chair, this application at the Lord Nelson, 9 Main Street, Nether, Poppleton. It's the erection of 2 dwellings with detached garages on land to the rear. The presentation shows the site in its context with the neighbours in the conservation area. The site plan, the application refers to plot 1, which is the one closest to the Lord Nelson pub, and plot 2, Horgarth Close. Number 1, Horgarth Close. Number 2, Horgarth Close. It also refers to Poppleton House, which is the site there, listed building. It's the elevations for plot 1, the floor plans for plot 1, the elevations for plot 2, blank screen to put me off, the floor plans for plot 2, some photographs now. So this is the pub with the access to the site. And members can just see the bus shelter in the front of the pub, which a number of the objectors and the highways assessment refers to. And that will be the site access as well. This further into the site from the access, members can see the change in levels to the rear of the site. This is a view from the rear of the site. The building, you can just see the Landau type hedging and the car that we saw in that previous view to get your orientation. That's the existing public house garden immediately to the back of the pub. That's the boundary, and you can just pick out Poppleton House. They're the trees in the winter. This is the location of plot 1, and that's the garage to number 1 Horgarth Close that you saw before on the site plan. Different orientation of that view, so looking towards the front of the site, and there's the garage again. It's Poppleton House from the site of proposed plot 1. It's the location of plot 2. Number 2 Horgarth Close, which is adjacent to plot 2. It's another view of number 2 Horgarth Close. And that's a photograph of the rear of the public house. Members, if there's anything, might be a good idea to go back to that site plan again. If members have got any questions related to that, any of the slides, we can answer any questions. We also have Hare, who is the Development Management Planning Officer for this application, on the line to help members.
Can see two questions. Firstly, Councillor Wardby.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was just wondering, Gareth, if you is there any way you can show us what the elevation of the site, the plot 2, against the elevation of 2 Holgarth Close, please? Is there any? I can't see where it is. Sorry.
There isn't a cross section. There isn't a cross section through. I mean, what you can see is in this drawing, there's plot 2 there, and if you go down to the site plan, you can see number 2 Holgarth Close and how it sits against plot 2 there. I can then move through to plot 2 elevations, but oh no, my mistake. The cross section shows the outline of 2 Holgarth Close there. Heather will correct me if I'm wrong.
So sorry.
And there you can see the pink outline.
Oh, right. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. So sorry, completely contradicted myself. We do have something which shows what's there. It doesn't come up very well on the images that are appended to the back of the papers, but clearer on the screen because it's in colour.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Fisher.
Thank you. I wonder if the planning officers can give me the difference in elevation between the main street of this village, down by the bus shelter at the front of the Lord Nelson, and the elevation of the boundary of the site, because Councillor Warby and I did an informal site visit there today, and we were very, very, very impressed by the amount of information we got out of it, particularly about the height of this above the main street.
There is a cross section. So the cross section there, which, sorry, I can't see it clearly on my screen because I've got other information right at the top of the screen.
Yes, please.
The plan at the top shows the difference in height down to Main Street, which is down to the right hand side. Measuring it off that plan, it's approximately 2 metres in difference from the section of land where the houses are to be built down to Main Street. So Main Street is in effect 2 metres lower than the main development site.
Okay, thank you.
Can I come back on that? Because I would question that very strongly. I don't know if Councillor Warby would agree, but as we stood on the edge of that site, our heads were almost level with the ridge line of the houses on the opposite sides of Main Street. And I'm certainly not 4 metres tall. I have suspicions about whether that is actually accurate, to be honest.
The measurement was taken from the plan that was submitted by the agent, and according to that plan, it's approximately 2 metres in difference. I think the agent's attending the meeting, so he might have a better idea if you wanted to ask him.
Yeah, I think his idea of 2 metres is very different from mine.
Okay. I can't see any further questions. I'll just flick through. No, so I think we're okay then to move on to our public speakers. First, we have Mr. Norman, who should be with us.
Hello.
And you may have heard earlier. Hello.
Can you
yeah,
hear me?
we can hear you.
Do you want me to start?
Well, I'll just say that obviously all public speakers get 3 minutes. I'll give a warning at about 30 seconds. And then if you could just stay on the line after you've spoken, I'll just check that the committee's got any questions or not. But yeah, if you could start in your own time.
Right. My name's Mike Norman. I live at Somerville, which is plot 4 on Holgarth Close. I face plot 2 on the development site. My objection to this application is based on the potential impact of the water runoff from the site. The land from Holgarth from Poppleton House down to Main Street at number 15, which is Lionel Lennox's house, is substantially more than 2 metres. The land faces on a south-north axis, and any runoff will run through Hallgarth Close, much of which is built on an infill site, and therefore the likely erosion is quite substantial. The roadway is actually built on infill, as is the garage of number 1. So any damage that arises with water erosion is going to be quite substantial. All the main services run under the road. The development plans to cover 70% of the current grassland, which is a natural soakaway, with roadway, vehicle standing, and a significant roof area from 2 large houses. Climate change experts and weather experts predict that the pattern of rainfall will change in the future, with more sudden and intense deluge-type rainfall. We've seen several occurrences of that already this year. Very little of the development will actually be permeable, and what is unlikely to cope with that sort of deluge, and the runoff naturally will fall downwards through Hallgarth Close. There'll be several pipes going into soakaways, but I doubt that they'll deal with the capacity of a deluge downpour. The Ainsty Drainage Board clearly feel that there is a problem in the future with rainfall, because between the 2 applications from Mr. Walker in 2018 and 2019, they increased their extra capacity margin by 25%, up to 33%. There's no actual suggestion in the report by Ms. Ferry about actually using another system to get rid of the water from the site. So if the soakaways fail, which is likely with increasing weather patterns, then that water is going to erode Hallgarth Close and the properties thereon.
30 seconds.
If after considering these comments and reading the notes that I've sent through to you, the council still feel obliged to approve this, then my neighbours and I will expect the council to be responsible for any and all reparations to damage occurring from water coming off the site, whether it be on the surface or beneath the surface. If the application is approved, then we feel that any future permitted development rights should be withdrawn to avoid creep, and I think that's the term you use, because the properties have several questionable buildings and roof spaces that be converted. Again, if it's approved, then we'd insist that there's very strict policing of the project so that the agent doesn't exceed any permissions and working practices that are granted. I hesitate to say this because I know he's listening, but he does have a record of exceeding the permissions granted, and I believe the council is still in dispute with him about another development in Nether Poppleton.
Sorry, Mr. Norman, we've gone quite a bit over your allotted time there. If I just ask if the committee's got any questions. I can't see any. Yeah, but thank you for your comments. I'm sorry I had to stop you, but we are only sort of allowed 3 minutes per speaker.
Okay.
Sorry, Gareth Arnold just wants to comment on that point.
Nothing to do with what the speaker said. It's just that we forgot to report the updates, and whether you wish me to do that now or whether we should just wait until the speakers are finished. There might be things of relevance, I guess.
If you think there's anything relevant, then happy to do it now.
Okay. I mean, there was a members received the update by email at about 1:30 this afternoon. There was a further local representation requesting that the application be deferred for members to take a site visit, drawing members' attention to the ground level and the significant height difference and the proximity of the 2 houses adjacent to houses in 1 and 2 Hallgarth Close and Littlefield Close, and in Main Street being detrimental to local amenity. We've also noted in our review of the conditions that whilst the report refers to a condition referring to policy CC1 and CC2 and carbon reduction. There isn't actually a policy listed in the schedule of conditions. Sorry, there isn't a condition listed in the schedule of conditions. So we would be recommending adding a condition requiring compliance with policy CC1, CC2 of the draft local plan. We also feel that it will be, given the report's comments about the impact and the potential impact on breaking up the appearance of the former, the openness of the former burgage plot, how it's addressed now in terms of low walls and fences, that a further condition is added, removing permitted development rights for any alterations to those walls, fences, any new walls and fences without a planning permission being granted by the local planning authority.
Okay, thank you. If there are any questions on that part of the update, I guess if we could wait after public speakers, but I'll just say I think I may not have thanked Mr. Norman for his contribution there, but just to say as well that you'll be taken out of the meeting at this point, but you'll still be able to watch online on YouTube. If we could move on then to Councillor Jones, who's a member of Nether Poppleton and chair of the Parish Council and chair of the Parish Council's Planning Committee. And similarly, you've got 3 minutes to address the committee, and if you're able to start in your own time. Let's check, do we have Councillor Jones?
Hi, Chair, it's Chris. Yeah, Councillor Jones is on the line. Councillor Jones, you need to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Okay, I guess could we move on then to Councillor Harper and then see if we can get back Councillor Jones after. Say Councillor Harper's a member of the Parish Council and a local neighbour. So do we have Councillor Harper?
Hello.
Hello. Thank you. Yeah, so you'll have heard you've got 3 minutes to address the committee.
Yeah.
And if you're happy to start in your own time.
Yeah. Before I start, can I just say that I live at number 2, and the difference in land height between us and the Lord Nelson is about 0.5 metre. So we've got paving slabs at an angle along our wall, keeping the soils. Okay. So first of all, the scheme that's proposed is going to destroy an ancient burridge strip that's been identified as an area of archaeological interest. All of this just to create a new gated community inside a conservation area. In the National Planning Policy Framework, a paragraph states that any harm to or loss, well, you've heard this before, haven't you? This isn't going to give us any benefits. There's very little justification, and all we're going to do is to destroy a village asset, and there'll be no public benefit. So I think that fits into paragraph 194 quite nicely. There's another paragraph that recognises that some undeveloped land can perform many functions, such as for wildlife, recreation, flood mitigation, cooling, shading, carbon storage, or food production. As the changes to the original proposal have taken so long, we've observed a marked increase in wildlife, and many new species of birds have taken up residence in the trees. The number of squirrels has also increased. We've also seen a great increase in the number of frogs and newts visiting our small pond. The plans that have been submitted are in fact not a final draft. When speaking to Mr. Walker, he commented that the plans that have gone to York City Council were, in his own words, work in progress. Obviously, that means that what is here is not what eventually will be developed. He was also not aware of how close our house is to plot number 2 and our boundary, where our boundary is. And so it seems that he's not really taken much notice and certainly not visited our side of the fence to look at what he was proposing. There's no scale on the drawings, so the exact dimensions of the final house can only be estimated. If you look at the plan, you'll see that our house is actually dwarfed by the structure that's planned. There's also no indication of materials that are to be used, again, leaving essential details out. Plans to place windows in the loft indicate that this area will become extra living space, while others will directly overlook properties in Hallgarth Close.
30 seconds left.
Again, the PPF states planning policies should be sympathetic to character and history, and that's not going to happen. This work in progress ethos allows anything to be built and then retrospective planning permissions. Obviously, there are loads of other comments and objections, and I really feel that the committee should support Nether Poppleton Parish Council's decision to refuse permission. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just ask if the committee have got any questions at this point. Can see Councillor Crawshaw.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for that, Councillor Harper. I was going to ask a question each of each councillor, but as I've possibly only got you, I shall put both to you if that's all right with the Chair. They might seem slightly obtuse questions, but they're just trying to get a feel for Nether Poppleton as a village, and stuff that's come up with us as a committee previously. The first question is just around the primary school actually, and whether or not the primary school is sufficiently subscribed, if there's enough children in the village to support the school. So that's the sort of first question, and then the second just around the pub itself. And I know, you know, from within the report there's been some concerns about the impact that the development might have on the viability of the pub, and you know, I'm a big advocate of community pubs and what have you, and I just wondered if you could just give us a little bit of a flavour of how the pub's doing as a general rule at the moment, and what you feel the impact of the development might be on that as a going concern.
Right, yeah. First of all, the school is very popular. It's very well subscribed, I believe, and probably oversubscribed already. And of course, with other developments that are going to take place within the village on the old sugar beet site, that will probably mean that there'll be even greater demand because it is a very good school. As for the pub, the person that's taking it over quite recently has spent a huge amount of time redecorating, revamping it, and making it, from what my colleagues and friends tell me, a nice place to go. The problem is that if you look at the development for plot 1, it's going to greatly reduce the car parking for the pub. Now, that's okay in a way, but if they're going to expand and going to have darts matches and pool matches and want to get people in for evening meals, then the parking will become quite a problem. Obviously, there can't be any parking on Main Street because there's a bus. The other side of the road's already quite badly parked up as well. And so, you know, that will have an impact on the pub. Also, I think, you know, going back to the looking at the plans, I must confess, some of the details that were pointed out were not quite right. We were sort of looking at what we were told, and that the pictures didn't fit the words, if you know what I mean, when we looked at the plans. But the access didn't really show the bend in the road from Millfield Lane. That to us is a concern. As a parish council, we're a bit concerned about speeding on the road at the moment. And if we're going to have several new garages and huge amounts of car parking space, and in fact, when I looked at the plans, I described it as a car showroom or a garage more than anything else, then they're going to have lots of cars going out of there. That again will have an impact on the pub, with cars going in and out past it at all sorts of times, and it will be inconvenient to people going there. So I really feel that if this development goes ahead, then not only do we lose our barrage site, but we might well lose the pub eventually, which is a main.
Okay.
I've got Councillor Jones here, and she could use my phone if you like.
Yes, that'll be okay.
Yeah, okay. Right, just a second, I'll pass you over then.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You may not have heard that each public speaker obviously gets 3 minutes, and I'll give a warning at 30 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry, my telephone doesn't seem to be wanting to work here, so that Councillor Harper's very kindly lent me his phone.
Okay.
All right. Shall I go?
Start. Yep, start your own
All
time.
right. All right. Congratulations to Ms. Ferry for the production of a 28-page committee report on the proposed development of the two houses. The area has been described by her as having archaeological interest. The report goes on to say that the two houses are distinctively higher and dominate the conservation area. Unfortunately, we understood the site was not going to be visited, and that's a pity because the dominant aspect of this elevation is crucial to the argument for refusal. The report does not indicate that it does indicate that the conservation officer cannot support the scheme because the subdivision of the plot is visible from outside the plot, which destroys the ancient aspect. Paragraph 7.4 of the neighbourhood plan refers to overdevelopment with a clear definition. At the time of development of the neighbourhood plan, consultation with city planners explained that the plot could not be divided because of the potential loss of trade for the public house, the environmental noise and the traffic impact. Hence, it was removed from the site assessment of the neighbourhood plan. Environmentally, the trees are a significant feature of the conservation area and contribute greatly to the setting, but no provision for their protection has been made during construction. Again, this is lamented by the landscape architect of the City of York. Various NPS policies, the neighbourhood plan, village design statement, the 2005 local plan, and the rejected local plan all emphasise the requirement for amenities of new properties to fit with the surrounding environment, even more so in the case where Grade 2-star listed buildings are within 20 metres of the proposed site. The ancient religious centre of St Iverilda's Church is less than 500 metres from the proposed site. These modern effigies would not complement the surroundings, but rather destroy a sensitive environment. An asset of community value was put on the site by the parish council in order to protect the public house, a mainstay of the village and adjoining land. The site has been used by the community for firework displays, village gatherings, community picnics, and it has been ignored by the city in its report to the committee. This is not in the spirit of giving a full and fair evaluation of the community feeling towards this area. Over £1 million was pledged by the residents of Poppleton to preserve and purchase the area for the community purpose. 17% of all 4-bedroom properties in Nether Poppleton have single occupancy. The requirement in the village is not for more large properties, but rather for a community living for those who wish to move to more suitable accommodation relevant to their
30
age.
seconds left.
A series of bungalows was proposed by the community. The present developer attended the meeting where this was discussed. This proposed development should be refused on the grounds of inappropriate development in a conservation area. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. If you could just hang on whilst I just ask if the committee have got any questions. Councillor Crawshaw, your hand is up. Is that from before, or is this a new question?
It is a new question, but Councillor Orrell, I'm happy to defer to him. I've asked a lot of questions, so he may wish to ask the same question, and if he doesn't, I'll stick my hand back up again.
Okay, go on then, Councillor Orrell. This is. I think you're muted. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. You mentioned that when you were devising the neighbourhood plan, council officers advised that the plot couldn't be subdivided. Can you explain a bit more about that process?
Yes, it's a burridge strip. It's the last burridge strip in this ancient village. And because they felt that the pub was such a huge community asset, it required parking, and as I've said before, it was used for a variety of community activities, which were obviously explained to we explained to the city council planners at the time, and they said, well, you wouldn't be building on that property anyway because you can't subdivide that burridge plot. So we removed it from the site assessment. We assessed, in doing the neighbourhood plan, we assessed 37 plots, and we got in contact with all the owners of the plots. When we spoke about this plot, we spoke to Keith, who was the pub owner at the time, and he said, well, you know, we do all the fireworks here and things like that. So it was decided at that stage to remove it because clearly we were going to be running in the face of the community by trying to develop it the way we thought it should be developed, by putting bungalows on there for people who want to retire from their 4-bedroomed houses, 4 and 5-bedroomed houses. And
So-
17% of occupancy is a conservative figure. In some streets, it's 50% of the population are single occupants.
So it was on the advice of council officers that it's not in
Yes.
the neighbourhood plan.
That's right.
Thank you.
Do you want me to give you the name of the council officers?
No,
It's not relevant. Thank you. Councillor Crawshaw, I think that probably didn't answer your question.
Thanks, Chair. No, there was elements of it, but I was thinking I might not have to ask. But no, there's a couple of bits that I just want to get a bit of clarity around, if I may. And I don't know whether or not you'll be able to answer me the first question on that. I'm just trying to understand the site and the ownership of the site at the moment. So there's a big long strip with the pub at the front and a rear beer garden, and then the land that's being proposed for development. Is the whole of that strip in a single ownership from the pub right the way through?
Yes, it was originally, but it is no longer. It was originally. It was a single ownership originally.
So it's
when we were raising the £1 million to try and purchase it, which we had it pledged from the community. It was then, the agent that's got the land now went to the Enterprise Inns and obviously offered them some sort of conciliatory argument as to why they could now divide the plot up. But I don't believe that at that stage they went back to anybody at the conservation area or the land people that own the land and asked if they could divide it up, because the city council planning officers would have, if they had been involved at that stage, would have known that it shouldn't be divided because it is a buried strip.
Okay, thank you. So I guess what I'm thinking is the pub is not in the ownership of the rear land that's to be developed. So
I believe
there's
one
not
of the
necessarily
plots,
a knock on between the two,
no,
I suppose.
I believe the pub, one of the plots is owned by the pub owner now, because the pub has been bought from Enterprise by the people that wanted, the agent that wanted to develop the land.
I see. Thank you. And then the second bit, and I'm not trying to catch you out here, but I just want to understand the thinking of the village and of the parish council, because a lot of what I'm reading in the report is an objection to development of the burridge and subdivision of it and what have you. But then what you've introduced in what you're talking about is that there had been a proposition which seemed to have come from the community to buy the whole strip and develop the land at the rear as part of that package. And I can understand why that might make financial sense to do, but just to understand that the objection seems to be on any development of the burridge strip, and yet there seems to be perhaps a suggestion that there was some support for some development, but maybe not this sort of development.
The support from the community to raise the money was there to do something for the community. Now, it wasn't then decided what was going to go on because, quite honestly, the rug was pulled from under our feet. But there was a proposal to put, or there was an idea of putting something there for the community in terms of possibly either, cottages or bungalows or something like that that could be used by elderly people. It never got any further than that because, as I say, the rug was pulled out from under our feet. It's the height of the development and the lack of empathy with what's around about it that is a major problem in this conservation area. You know, you've got the Poppleton House. Poppleton House is a Grade 2-star listed building, and it's got a long history of being used as a school, as a community area. The whole area is very, very ancient. It's in the Doomsday Book if it can get any more ancient than that.
Oh, I'm sure we can get even more ancient in York. It's we've got another 1,000 years before then. Apologies, Chair. Could I just ask one further point of clarification, if I may, Chair?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I just want to understand from the parish council's point of view then, because I think there's probably two distinct things going on here. is the principal objection from the parish council the wish to protect the archaeology of the site, to protect the integrity of the burridge, and really not see that space developed if that's at all possible? Or is it that actually what's being proposed as a development is not sympathetic to the area and the conservation area, the listed buildings around it and that sort of thing, and that another sort of more sympathetic development might be acceptable?
No, the idea is that we want to preserve the burger strip so that it's there for the community. It's ancient. It should be preserved for people to see how people lived in the past, and for a community use. If, as I've said before, we had picnics there, we had the fireworks, it could be used as a community area.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments this evening. Similarly, officers will take you out of the meeting at this point, but you'll be able to carry on watching online on YouTube. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Finally, then, we've got Mr. Martin Walker, who's the agent for the applicant. If we have Mr. Walker.
Hi, it's Martin here.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, so you'll have heard you get 3 minutes, and I'll try and give you a warning at 30 seconds. And if you'd like to start in your own time.
Great, thanks. Good evening. My name is Martin Walker. I'm the agent for the application, and I'm able to deal with any queries that you might have for the applicant too, if necessary. The application has been a lengthy process, and I do want to thank Heather, Becky, and the team for their work in getting us to this point. The site lies to the rear of the Nelson pub, and it rises steeply from the main road before levelling off just beyond the rear of the pub. The remaining land where the two properties are proposed is essentially level. This steep incline at the front and the position of the existing pub and the topography of Main Street and its pavements results in very limited views of the site. The bulk of the site is not visible from the highway. And I will just clarify a point that was raised earlier about the levels. It does rise from about 13.4 metres at Main Street to just over 17.5 metres at the rear. That's the bulk of the site is at the higher level. So there is about a 4 metre difference. But what's important to realise is that level difference is the general topography of the whole of the village area at that point. It's not local to the plot. So the adjoining plots are similarly raised. What that means is you've got a hump at the beginning, which eventually means the rear of the plot is quite hidden. The new properties are positioned towards the western boundaries to retain open views to the site and adequate separation from Poppleton House and establish mature trees within the neighbour's garden along the eastern boundary. Generous gardens surround each property with permeable driveways and garage parking for bikes and cars. The roof pitches run perpendicular to Main Street to retain the historic building grain of the rear site, quite typical of agricultural buildings commonly seen on similar plots. Buildings on the site are situated in such a way as to minimise any impact on the potential neighbouring properties, taking advantage of positions of utility or ancillary spaces of adjacent properties where existing construction and landscaping is present. That's where they're positioned. The land is currently a vacant caravan site, bounded by overgrown hedges and dense vegetation. The public house is unaffected by the development and retains off-street parking and sufficient vehicle turning. To conclude, the large site has been underused and unnoticeable for a great deal of time, primarily because of its connection with the pub and its brewery chain ownership. The proposal being presented to you today brings active use and much-needed housing in a sensitive and appropriate manner, respecting the site setting within the village of Nether Poppleton. If I have a couple of seconds, I'll just clarify a few points as well. The primary school is currently undersubscribed at the moment. I myself have personal experience of this. There's plenty of spaces at the lower years right now. The Poppleton House is Grade 2 listed and not Grade 2 star listed. The neighbourhood plan does not identify the site because they didn't see it as having any value. And the ACV relates to the pub only and not the land at the back. That concludes my statement. Thank you.
Thank you. If you just hang on a second, I'll just ask if the committee have got any questions. Councillor Wardby.
Hi, I'm really sorry to. Hello, Mr. Walker. The plot 2, I'm just concerned about the elevation and how close it's going to be to Hallgarth.
Yep.
I was just wondering if you could just like put my mind at ease about the height level and everything and the overlooking, if possible, please.
Yeah, well, Okay, so it's been positioned in parallel lines with number 2, so that it obviously the Holgarth property has front and back main elevation, main windows, and that's similarly how the new plot 2 is positioned, so that it has main elevations front and back in a similar orientation, so that it doesn't directly overlook the side. In fact, it's only ancillary rooms that are positioned on the side with opaque windows. It's quite a very mature and dense vegetation on that boundary too, which will be retained.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Galvin.
Thank you, Chair. Much play was made by both parish councillors that the land had been used for the benefit of the community over the years gone by. Am I right in assuming that the community, for want of a better word, don't have any legal right or legal call on the use of that land?
Sorry, did you hear that question, Mr. Walker? Are you still?
Oh, sorry, is this addressed to me? I apologise. I'm very sorry.
Yes.
Well, absolutely correct. It's always been in private ownership. There's a lot of discussion and mention about community value and community, but it's private. It always has been. I'm not quite sure where the community use comes in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I can't see any further questions, so I'll just say thank you very much for your time this evening, Mr. Walker. And similarly, officers will take you out to the sort of online meeting, but it's being streamed online on the council's YouTube channel. So I'd just then ask the committee if there are any sort of questions or points of clarification you'd like to raise with the officers at this point. Councillor Crawshaw.
Thanks, Chair. Just a super quick one. It's just to do with the condition on page, sorry, I've jotted it down, page 106, about the noise levels. It's condition 16. And I just wanted to double check during the evening conditions go from 11 o'clock to 7 o'clock in the morning. And I wanted to check that the pub wasn't licensed to be open beyond 11 o'clock. Essentially, does that late night condition reflect the condition of the pub? I wouldn't want anything to impact on the operation of the existing business.
I'm not too sure, to be honest with you, what the opening hours are of the public house. I think that's more of a standard condition that public protection put on. But I can investigate, and we can always amend the condition if members see that as an option.
If I could suggest that were members to wish to approve it, that whatever those operating times of the pub are, I know one of the problems, particularly with outdoor smoking areas, is that actually people out later at night outside the pub, that's where you get a noise complaint from. So if that could reflect the operating hours of the pub, that would be good.
Okay, Councillor Galvin, did you have a question?
Well, it was just to clarify that, Chairman, this is a situation where noise for any adjacent properties are covered by a completely different department, i.e. public protection. And as I read it, you cannot, this application cannot control the use of the pub if this was granted.
Councillor Crawshaw, did you just want to come back on that?
Yeah,
briefly?
just as a point of clarity, and Councillor Galvin, I'm not suggesting that the application controls the use of the pub. I'm just making sure that any approved residential dwelling at the rear of the pub wouldn't be making then subsequent noise complaints that could cause a problem for the pub. It's the pub exists as a business already, and anything that we do as a development we wouldn't want to negatively impact. It's the agenda agent of change. Essentially is the relevant policy in the MPPF 182 maybe.
Okay. Can't see any further questions at that point. So if we're happy to move into the debate stage, and so looking for who'd like to go first. Councillor Fisher.
Thank you, Chair. I looked at this and thought, doesn't seem to be a big problem with this application when I first looked at it, but visiting the site was a real eye-opener. I honestly believe that the best line is to defer this and arrange a site visit. I think it's critical that to fully appreciate this, that members actually visit this site, because it's not what it seems to be. As the applicant said, I said it was, the first statement, it was 2 metres above the level of Main Street, struck me as being very strange. The applicant has now confirmed it's significantly higher than that. And I think the prominence of this in terms of topology, in terms of its height, needs to be seen by members to get a full idea of what is around there. There are also 8 Grade 2 listed buildings around within very close proximity to this. Poppleton has a superb conservation area. It's got 2 sections to it. The other one's based around the old hall down at the far down near the church. But there's a significant cluster of very fine buildings around here. And I really would urge members, if you don't make a decision until you've seen it. So I'm going to propose deferral and that we find a way of arranging a site visit.
Okay, Councillor Wardby.
Obviously, I went to the site visit today, so I'd like to second that. I really was shocked at the way how overbearing these plots would be. So I don't know. I think we should really do a site visit, and I know that's probably not able to be happen for a while, but I do definitely think that should. So I second it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Galvin.
I was going to second it, Chairman, because in listening to the debate, I'm sure that we can have a site visit if we all use a bit of common sense and wear our what's it and keep social distancing. So I think what Councillor Fisher has moved, it makes sound sense. I think there are points one can argue on both sides of this coin, but I certainly would like to go and have a look at the site.
Okay. Councillor Fisher, you wanted to...
If there are any problems with having a site visit, Chair, I just suggest we say we're going hunting, then we're exempt.
Okay. Take that under advisement. Councillor Webb.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to point out that there isn't, I don't think there's ever one of these things that comes up where a site visit's a bad idea, you know. And what we're saying right now is that because this one's a bit difficult, we should go on a site visit. And I think that if I'm happy with that, but if that's going to happen, then that has to start to happen for all of the visits. And I say this as someone who works in the middle of the day and therefore can rarely attend site visits, but I do understand the merits of them. So yeah, I'm a little bit concerned that we can't get to a position where we suddenly start saying, oh, actually this one needs a bit of thought, because I'm sure that residents all across York and applicants would welcome people actually knowing the site better. So I'm not sure that deferring it for this reason, I just am a little bit concerned about that.
I think the issue we've got with site visits isn't necessarily members going along, but that they need to be public meetings, and there need to be meetings held in public that the public attend. And I think even if we, had sort of extra meetings, there's always a risk that the public will find out and turn up anyway. And you do have significant issues then, particularly at the moment with the changes to the rules. So I think, although I can see why, a site visit, is desirable and usually is in pretty much every case, I'd be concerned that deferring on the basis of having a site visit might be a sort of indefinite deferral, because I don't think anybody could really guarantee that a site visit would be possible or even potentially sort of legal for what may very well be the foreseeable future. Councillor Lomas, I think you've got your hand up as well.
Thank you, Chair. I completely understand the sentiment around wanting to do a site visit. Of course I do. It is really tricky to work through these applications with essentially paper, but two things. One is, would we be effectively preventing some people from participating on the grounds of a protected characteristic, the protected characteristic being a disability or age, because they would be excluded from a site visit because of the need to protect their health during this period of time. The other thing, would we be creating an expectation in all other applications where there is any kind of objection that we should therefore do a site visit for those too? So I have a serious concern about the equality aspect of this. We have made a decision not to do site visits for very sound reasons, and we would be excluding people from those site visits on the grounds of protected characteristics should we do them.
Thank you. I mean, I guess the point in a sense to be made is there are three, I guess, viewpoints. There are those people that have been on site and therefore feel in a position on the basis that they've been on site that they can make a decision. There are those people that haven't been on site, and because they haven't been on site, they don't feel they're in a position to make a decision. But there's also those people that haven't been on site but still feel as though they can make a decision on the basis of the information presented. But I feel personally as if I'm in the third category on that one, on the basis that to me it seems actually the buildings as you rise up seem quite a similar level to the buildings sort of immediately next door. So I guess in a sense probably what I would suggest is that members can still make their own decision on the basis of whether or not they feel able to make a decision. But if you don't, obviously you've always got that option to abstain, I guess, and leave it to those that have either been or believe that even though they haven't been, they're still in a position to decide it. Councillor Wardby.
I just want to say I get all the points made. It's just that with site visits, I do see a lot more, and I understand it a lot more because I don't visually understand it through always understand it through the pictures and the plans. So all my worry was that when I went today, it was such an increase that when we went up the steep hill, yes, the Hallgarth is increased as well. I just want to explain that, but not as much. And I feel that there's half a metre, the Hallgarth is lower half a metre from that side, and there is only a fence, not a load of overgrown or whatever they call it vegetation. I didn't feel there was enough for something to be built to be able to, do you know what I mean? So they're going to be overbearing, overlooking, and I was just concerned, and that was my only suggestion for a site visit. But if I can try and explain it to you now, then, and you can try and understand it, then it just helps me, that's all.
Okay, Councillor Galvin, and then I think we can probably put whether or not we would like to defer the application.
I was just going to say, Chair, having listened to Councillor Webb and Councillor Lomas, we have made a pretty strong case for getting this dealt with and forgetting the site visit. Regrettably, I'll take back my support of a deferment. Sadly, but I do think that the points were well made, and I think on balance, I think we can probably make a decision one way or t'other.
Okay, Councillor Crawshaw, do you want the?
Yeah, all I was going to add was that the topography of the site is one issue, there are several issues to do with the site. It may be worth us testing where people think that they are with regards to any of those other issues. And if it comes down to just being about the topography and the relationship of the proposed development to next door, from that point of view, then, we can have that conversation. The other thing I would just say is I fully support what Councillor Webb's saying in particular about we can't just chop and choose when we're not sure. And if the committee wants to suggest that we would all support exploration or further work to try to facilitate site visits, I think we can do that separately from this particular application. But I think if we start saying, oh, this one's a bit tricky, we'll have a site visit, we start to get into difficult territory, because we do have to be fair to applicants and local residents on whatever the application is.
Okay. Councillor Fisher then, and then I do want to move on. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The problem with this one, look at the Micklegate one. The Micklegate one, I could tell everything I wanted to see from Google Maps, even though it's a site I've visited numerous times in the past, because I was a regular at Brigantes, and I used to see that nearly every time I went there. The situation with this one, it's not clear from Google Maps. It doesn't show the true level differences, and that's why actually visiting on the ground is a good idea. I totally agree with Councillor Webb. I would love to see us get back to site visits. I think they're so informative. I appreciate at the moment it's extremely difficult, and it may, as Councillor Loma says, make it difficult for some people to attend in person, but they can always nominate somebody to go on their behalf. That's always an option, and speak on their behalf, or hand it to one of the chairman of the parish council or something to present their statement. The other thing that came out of this is the very reduced area for the actual operation of the pub, which is an asset of community value, as we know. The actual amount of car parking that is left for the pub is minimal, and there is no possibility. I hadn't realised just how bad the actual traffic situation at the front of the pub is. It is extremely difficult. It will be almost impossible for anyone to park on the main street. So I'm also concerned, bearing in mind we're also living in a COVID-19 situation where pubs rely very much on beer gardens and the external area in order to actually survive. My other worry is it will put an asset of community values viability into real jeopardy. And I think Poppleton has lost one pub. It lost the Fox Inn, which was probably 150 metres round the corner some time ago. And I think, to my knowledge, there are now only 2 pubs to serve a population of 6,000. I'm worried that granting this will put the Lord Nelson at a position of non-viability.
Okay. I'd like to move then to a vote on whether or not to defer. I guess, Gareth, if you could perhaps just explain what that. Any.
Well, members are voting to defer on to undertake a site visit. At the moment, the authority isn't, as a matter of policy, not undertaking site visits. We would have to look into that on the basis of that decision.
Okay. Just confirm that everybody's heard the debate to this point. Thumbs up, etc. Thank you. And Michelle, if you could run us through the vote on that.
If members could please state whether you're voting for, against or abstaining to defer. Councillor Craghill?
Against.
Councillor Cullig? Councillor Cullig is voting against. Councillor Crawshaw?
Against.
Councillor Fisher?
For.
Councillor Galvin?
Against.
Councillor Lomas?
Against.
Councillor Melly?
Against.
Councillor Orrell?
Against.
Councillor Wardby?
For.
Councillor Webb?
Against.
Councillor Hollier?
Against.
Against. So that motion to defer has carried with the majority of people voting against.
Okay, just to be clear, it didn't carry.
Oh, sorry, my apologies, Chair.
No worries. Okay, so obviously the vote to defer has been defeated, and we go back into, I guess, a substantive debate on the issue. Councillor Webb.
Thank you, Chair. It is a difficult one. I can understand local residents' concerns, but we are in a situation where, you know, as we all know, the MPPF is in favour of developers, and that is what we've got to go off. And from what I can see, I'm really struggling for a reason to defer this, reject this. I think, you know, I mean, it's been called in, but actually, I think that actually the land is not being used at the moment. The land is in private hands. I understand it will be high up on a ridge, and I think Councillor Fisher and Councillor Wardby have made that point clear. Although I would say that private site visits, we are advised not to do that, but that's a side point. But I personally think that this is an okay development on the balance, and therefore I propose that we go with the officer's recommendation on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Assuming with that amendment to condition 16 that Councillor Crawshaw proposed earlier. Sorry, Gareth, did you want to come in there? I'm guessing this is on site visits. So.
No, it was on site visits. It's just to remind, excuse me, just to remind members that the property is in a conservation area. Officers have identified less than substantial harm, and in terms of the development in the Burgage plot, but consider that that harm is outweighed by public benefits. I should also say what we're saying is that the development is, we feel the overall development is acceptable in terms of it's development that works with the grain rather than the suburban developments in Burgage plots we've seen already. So just to remind members, they do need to consider it in terms of that, in terms of the conservation area assessment, in the same way that we rehearsed on the Micklegate scheme before.
Okay, I'm just going to ask at this point whether anybody's willing to second that proposal from Councillor Webb. Councillor Lomas, I don't know if you want to say anything briefly.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This proposal is in a conservation area, as was the last one we discussed. However, we've been given several reasons why there is less than substantial harm from it to the conservation area, and several areas of benefit to the local community. During the discussion and the questioning of the public speakers, it was highlighted that there is a primary school in Poppleton, and we know from previous discussions we've had about previous areas that where people wanted to do developments in the outer villages, that can be a real challenge. I note that the parish councillors believed that the Sugar Beet development would feed their primary school. I don't believe that to be true. The Sugar Beet development is right at the top end of Acomb, near to the Holgate area. There are 2 primary schools within a short walk of the Sugar Beet development, and one which is a longer walk or a short cycle away. So I'm not sure why parents would be sending their children to a primary school in Poppleton, which would involve almost certainly a car or a bus journey to get their children to school, traversing the now notorious A59 roundabout on their way. So I think that I'm not convinced by that argument. I believe that they do have a need for development in the village to make sure that their primary school remains viable. I think that although I've heard the eloquent descriptions from Councillor Woodby and Councillor Fisher about this change in levels, when we were shown the cross section with the outline of the neighbouring properties in Holgarth, is it? They were of virtually the same level. So I think that I don't see how this would be any different. And from what is in the information and the information that's been given to us, I can't see any other evidence of significant harm to the conservation area. The one thing that I would have a concern about is the views that were raised by one of the public speakers about the water and drainage. And I profess that I am not sufficiently expert in those matters to kind of comment further, but that is the only item of concern, and I don't believe that that has an impact on the conservation area.
Thank you. I believe there weren't any sort of objections on the drainage side of things from the consultees. It sounded like the work had been put in and was okay on that, but I guess Gareth, if you could.
Chair, the consultation responses state that the flood risk management team witnessed the site-specific soakaway test, and which was successful. So they raised no objection to the proposed drainage scheme, but there is a condition because obviously these things have to be detailed out. We have to be sure that what's drawn up works. So in principle, the scheme can be can use sustainable drainage methods, but they need to draw that up, and that has to be approved by our drainage colleagues. I don't know if Heather's got anything to add to that. She might.
I think she's just left.
Well, we'll
assume not.
We'll take it as read that.
I think what's in the report.
What's in the report is correct. It's not been updated or anything.
Okay, Councillor Orrell.
Thank you, Chair. Going through the report, the Conservation Officer is against the development. The landscape architect has said there would need to be strict rules to protect the trees. So there's obviously some doubt there. The Conservation Advisory Panel thought it was bad design. The Council for British Archaeology didn't think it should go ahead. And the Nether Poppleton Parish Council Neighbourhood Plan had not put it in for development and explained why that was what was the case. So looking at all those objections within the report, sorry, but I can't support this development. It just doesn't fit with all the advice that we've been given.
Thank you. Councillor Fisher.
Councillor Orwell has more or less made the points I was going to make, but there comes another point. I have sweated hundreds of hours, and my former predecessor as chair of the parish council in Strensall has laboured for thousands of hours to try and get a neighbourhood plan through. Now, neighbourhood plans are supposed to be the development strategy for the area. Now, we've heard clearly from the parish council the reasons for excluding this from the neighbourhood plan for development purposes. If we are going to say, let's just go ahead anyway, well, what's the point in doing neighbourhood plans? We might as well save ourselves £20,000, £30,000 of the parish money and a hell of a lot of time and effort. At the end of the day, the other thing I'm also concerned is the effect on an asset of community value. Community value. That's a clear community benefit which could be harmed by this, the pub. I cannot support this application. I went there thinking today there was no problem, but having seen it, I'm quite clear there is a problem with this, and I shall definitely be supporting refusal.
Okay, Councillor Craghill.
Thank you. I mean, I can see that obviously there are pros and cons as there always are, and I sympathise with the point about the neighbourhood plan, but I think as I've read the paper, it also says that the neighbourhood plan doesn't designate the site as open space either. So that's a bit of a problem in that respect, which maybe reflects on how we produce neighbourhood plans. I don't know, but I do, on balance, sympathise with the comments Councillor Lomas made about schools, and that these are two, I think, as far as I can see, quite well designed 4-bedroom houses that we do need some of. As far as I can see from the energy report, they are going to be built to pretty good levels of sustainable building and thermal efficiency, I think equivalent to the Code 5 of the old Code for Sustainable Homes. And I think on the rise in the land, I think we have had it explained by a number of people have pointed out that the plots on either side of this site, the land also rises as well. And this will be a similar level to existing buildings on either side. So I think on balance, I do agree that I would support the application.
Thank you. I think I've got Councillor Webb, Councillor Lomas, Councillor Crawshaw. If we could make brief points, I guess, because I think we're probably ready to start putting this to a vote.
I'm fine, thanks. My point's been made.
Thank you. Councillor Lomas.
Thank you, Chair. Just a note on the neighbourhood plan, and thank you, Councillor Fisher, for raising that issue. I'm well aware of the difficulties associated with creating a neighbourhood plan. Before I stood for election as a councillor, I was involved in trying to develop a neighbourhood plan for my local area as well, which I'm sure many members of this committee will be aware of. I am aware of the time and effort that goes into creating neighbourhood plans, but it is, you know, there is funding from City of York Council for neighbourhood planning development. So I think that some of the elements of your comments were perhaps misplaced, and the long and short of it is, this area hasn't been designated in the neighbourhood plan, and so it's not relevant.
Okay, Councillor Crawshaw, and then I think I do want to draw this to a close, as tempting as it is to spend time talking about neighbourhood plans.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I'm finding myself a little bit torn on this one as well, actually, in the sense of I largely agree with the points that Councillor Orrell made, actually, around the archaeology and the historic context, and I think that you know, some of these things, once they're gone, they're gone, and you know, that's I'm mindful of that in you know, thinking about the historic context of the site. I think that the potential to support the primary school is a really important point as well, and that has been made in other similar applications in particularly areas of Greenbelt, and I haven't necessarily supported that because I've taken the view that, you know, we have a Greenbelt policy and we have to decide that we're going to stick to it. I think I'm talking and I'm trying to think still which side I'm going to fall in whether I want to support this particular application or not. I think where I'm erring towards actually is that the land is private land, it's not community land, but nor will it ever be community land if it's got two great big houses built on it. If we think we can robustly refuse the development on the land, then the value of the land becomes such that perhaps the community might be able to purchase it. But that's if we think that any future development on the land wouldn't be possible, because I think that it can, you know, it would be wonderful if it could be community land. It can't be that if the community doesn't own it, or if the planning process doesn't protect it, and it's not the land at the rear isn't the community asset, it's the pub at the front. So I might wait till my name's called out and see which way I shout, but it's not a straightforward one, this, and I think I'm probably minded not to support it on balance.
Okay, thank you. I can't see any further hands, so I guess Gareth, if you could give us a quick rundown and.
Chair, I just need to say one thing about the neighbourhood plan. Because the neighbourhood plan has been formally adopted, it is the development plan for the area, and then has legal weight as such. And members, the law says that the decision should be in accordance with the plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. Officers are consider that it doesn't contravene the policies that are relevant to this particular consideration that are listed in the report. In terms of the fact that it's not an allocated site for development in the plan doesn't then mean that development proposals on an unallocated site are unacceptable. But I just wanted to make that clear in terms of the neighbourhood plan. My understanding is the application is moved for refusal because of harm to the conservation area from development.
Sorry, Gareth, is
that not it? I'm sorry.
It's being moved to approve.
I agreed with you, Gareth. I know.
I must have
surprised me too.
I'm sorry. I was in that case. What I must have missed was when I was looking for the license on the premises. What I've said in terms of the neighbourhood plan still stands. So the recommendation is to approve the application, subject to our we verbally updated with an additional condition to ensure compliance with policies CC1 and CC2 of the local plan, and also we would recommend removal of permitted development rights relating to walls and fences. In respect to the noise condition and the 11 o'clock issue that's raised in that, the pub currently closes at 11. The license allows the opening hours of the premises from 8 till 2. Use that how you will. I guess that if members are concerned about the potential impact, I assume that those opening hours allow for functions, special events, then they can delegate authority to officers, chair and vice chair, to have further conversations with public protection colleagues about how that condition may work.
I'd probably suggest at this point just delegating authority to chair and vice chair and taking it from there later. Seems happy. Okay, Michelle, then if you're able to conduct the vote.
Sure. So members, can you please state whether you'll be voting for?
Chair, I still have something to say, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Very quickly, because, yeah.
Thank you. I take what you say about the neighbourhood plan being the development plan. It's clear from the neighbourhood plan that this has not been allocated for development. But there are many, many other policies within the neighbourhood plan which can control development within the area. I mean, we have dozens of them in the Stransel plan, which are about buildings fitting their area, being sympathetic to the character of the local area. Just not having an area of land allocated for development is not sufficient grounds to say the neighbourhood plan supports it. There are plenty of cases I could give you, sites in Stransel where we haven't allocated land for development or not for development, but at the end of the day, we could defend very easily any attempt to develop it on the grounds of other policies. So I'm not convinced by the argument that because it's not allocated for development in the neighbourhood plan, has not been allocated against development in the neighbourhood plan, that you can't refuse it on the grounds of the neighbourhood plan. I'm certain you can.
I didn't say that.
Sorry.
What I said is just because it's not allocated as a development site doesn't mean it can't be developed. But obviously all the other issues in terms of impacts on the conservation area, impact on neighbours, traffic, drainage are all relevant and should be in the planning balance.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Michelle, then if you could, just before then, just to check all members have heard everything, stick your hand up. Fantastic.
Okay. So members, please state whether you'll be voting for, against or abstaining. Councillor Craghill.
For.
Councillor Cullig.
Against. I support all that was said by Councillor Orrell and Councillor Fisher.
Councillor Crawshaw.
Against.
Councillor Fisher.
Against.
Councillor Galvin.
Regrettably, for.
Councillor Lomas.
For.
Councillor Melly.
For.
Councillor Orrell.
Against.
Councillor Wardby.
Against.
Councillor Webb.
For.
And Councillor Hollier.
Against.
So the motion to approve that has been lost. We've got 6 votes against that motion.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else wish to put an alternative proposal? Councillor Fisher?
I'll propose to refuse it.
Okay.
And we'll look at the conditions once somebody seconds it.
Yeah. Is anybody willing to second that? Councillor Orrell? Okay. Probably just now need a discussion about the reasons for that refusal, please. I guess Councillor Fisher, if you're happy to. Sorry, you're on mute.
I did the wrong thing there. I apologise. I raised my hand instead. First of all, the prominence of the site within the conservation area and effect on the listed buildings within the conservation area, particularly Poppleton House. The comments of the conservation officer there being particularly relevant by doing it so it failed to preserve the character of the conservation area and detract from the setting of the Grade 2 listed Poppleton House, it being a good example. I would also suggest that the effect on the viability of an asset of community value, namely the Lord Nelson pub, by reducing the trading area and parking area. There's 2. Anyone else want to weigh in?
If you've got more at the moment, then I'm sure the more the merrier. Councillor Melly?
I was just wondering whether this outdoor area of land is part of the licensable area. Was Gareth looking up the licence conditions?
I did, only in terms of, sorry, I've got to.
Chair, just while Gareth looks that up, I understood from some of the discussion earlier that actually the pub and this particular piece of land are owned by 2 separate entities. So I'm not at all clear on that.
Okay, if we just let Gareth.
It doesn't have the online premises license doesn't have the licensable area, a plan with a licensable area on it. Just bear with me a second, please. My understanding, if members turn to page 112, so they've got the existing site plan. You can see the outline of the car parking area and the hard surfaced area. There's then, if you remember the photographs, and there's a photograph, actually it's a photograph in the document, which shows the pub garden within that Lelandai hedging. So that's on page 121, and you can see the bonnet of the car and the car parking area there. And the field has planning permission for caravan storage, and I believe it's been used in the past as a caravan site. I'm not sure it has permission for a caravan site as such. As far as I'm aware, that's the main area of the pub garden is that area shown on the photograph on 121. When the application was submitted, it shows the I'm just going back through the slides. I need a coloured drawing of the location plan. So as submitted, although this was submitted at the tail end of 2018, the area of the pub is shown as blue land. So that's land which is within the control of the applicant, but outside of the application site. So at the time the application was submitted, the pub was in one ownership, but that doesn't mean it's still in one ownership.
Councillor Crawshaw, perhaps if...
Thank you, Chair. I think if we're going to be refusing an application, we need to be very clear on what the grounds are that we're refusing it. And I think it's a bit disappointing to be sort of scrabbling around for reasons. I'm quite clear that this is an application that's causing harm to a conservation area. And the paragraph 5.27 on page 95 says the Upper Poppleton, Nether Poppleton Neighbourhood Plan Policy PNP3 is relevant. It states that all proposals for development in the conservation area should preserve or enhance their special character or appearance and protect the open character and heritage assets of the village. This application does not do so. It's therefore in breach of the neighbourhood plan, and we've had it clarified that that's carries sufficient weight to be able to make a refusal. So I think we're on a hide into nothing if we start talking about where or where not the pub does or doesn't extend to. We need defendable policies, and so I think that's if we're going to move a refusal, it needs to be on that basis.
Councillor Orrell?
I agree with what Councillor Crawshaw just said. I was going to add the Council of British Archaeology comments, but I think after what Councillor Crawshaw said, I think one good reason is better than 6 average ones. So I think what he said was completely relevant.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Fisher, are you content with that as well as the original?
Yeah, I'd like to write something about the pub, but since there is some doubt about ownership, I was explained today that it is reducing significantly the available car parking area, but it appears now that some of that land may not be within the actual ownership of the pub, in which case it's used on an ad hoc basis and the developer of this site could take that land away. So maybe that's not quite a big consideration, but certainly I think Councillor Crawshaw's hit the nail on the head. There is sufficient evidence about the effect on the conservation area to refuse this application.
Thank you. I guess then, Gareth, if you would be able to perhaps just summarise that before we put it to a vote.
Well, I think
Chair,
Councillor Crawshaw probably summarised it as well as I could, but
Chair, just as a point of clarity, I was offering that forward. I don't know that anybody's actually moved or seconded a refusal.
Councillor Fisher moved a refusal.
Did he? In which case, we're all good. My apologies.
I can't remember who seconded it, but somebody did.
Was it Councillor Orrell?
Councillor Orrell seconded. Fantastic.
I take it back. It's clearly that hour of the evening.
It's been a long evening. So yeah, Gareth, you could just give us a
So the reason, and obviously we'll work this up with reference back to the paragraphs that members have referred to and the relevant policies of the development plan. But the reasons would be that it harms or fails to preserve and enhance the conservation area by the development of the historic or an inappropriate development of the historic plot, and that detracts from the setting of the Poppleton House, which is a Grade 2 listed building, and that is contrary to the Poppleton neighbourhood plan.
Thank you.
And by extension, our policies, our conservation area policies as well in the draft local plan.
Okay. Okay, I can't see any further comment. So we think if we just indicate quickly that we've all sort of heard that debate, etc. Fantastic. And Michelle, if you could conduct the vote, please.
Yep. So please can you state whether you'll be voting for or against this or abstaining? Councillor Crabhill?
Against.
Councillor Cullick?
For.
Councillor Crawshaw?
For.
Councillor Fisher? Councillor Fisher?
For.
Councillor Galvin?
Abstain.
Councillor Lomas?
Against.
Councillor Melly?
Against.
Councillor Orrell?
For.
Councillor Wardby?
Oh, for.
Councillor Webb?
Against.
Councillor Hollier?
For.
And that's carried. 6 have voted for, 4 have voted against, and 1 has abstained.
Thank you. So yes, that is refused. Okay. Moving on then. So I think we need to take a quick break. If we could be back by past. Not seeing any objection to that. So if people could turn their videos off, and I'll see you shortly. All right, thank you and welcome back, everyone. We move on then to item 4C, Hare and Ransome Limited, change of use of first floor from former builders yard offices to a taxi business. And if Gareth, if you could give us the presentation and any update.
Chair, sorry, it's Chris, meeting host. Sorry to interrupt. You haven't got the democracy officer back in the room yet. We shouldn't have lowered the screen. So if you just hang on for a minute.
I think we've now got the democracy officer, so
yep, all good.
I think we can proceed. Please, Gareth.
Thank you. This is the former Hare and Ransome Limited premises. I'll share my screen for the presentation. Members can see.
Yep.
Okay. So the application site is indicated in red on the location plan. The site plan shows the parking for the proposed taxi office and other parking for the ground floor business, which is a car repair garage. That is the layout of the proposed offices. The photograph showing the entrance off Outgang Lane, a view up Outgang Lane, which is an adopted highway, no traffic restrictions in terms of parking. And then a close-up shot of the entrance to the proposed office and the upper floor glazed area. Are there any photographs that members would wish to see again, or any of the plans?
Just ask if you could pop your blue hand up if there are. I can't see any questions. So Councillor Crawshaw's snuck in.
I didn't want to disappoint you. Just a very quick one. On the plan, there's a really large void showing. Can you give us any indication of what that is? Because that just seems quite unusual for such a large space to be marked as void.
I think it's above the. I think you can just see. Can you see in there? I think it's above the car repair garage part. We do have Neil Massey, who's the development management planning officer, with us, who has took the photographs and has done the site visits. He might be able to shed light on that. But I understand it's just a double height section above the repair garage.
Hello. Yes, that's correct. As Gareth described it, where you can just see in the photograph in the large doorway, that's the void, and the office space wrapped around that area.
I see. I'd misunderstood which floor we were looking at. I think is perhaps what. Yeah. Thank you. I understand that now.
Thank you, Councillor Melly.
Thank you. I've got a few questions for officers, but I don't think they necessarily need the presentation on the screen. I don't know if anyone had any other questions that required.
I can't see any other questions, so I think we can assume the presentation can come down.
Yeah.
Let's stop sharing. We do have an update that was sent to members before the meeting. Neil, if you could just run through.
And then Councillor Melly's questions after. I haven't forgotten.
Yes. Hello. The update, we had further responses from Councillor Waters expressing concerns about the application. His list of concerns is listed on the document that's been circulated. And also in terms of condition 4, where it talks about the use of the site for training, that's been tightened up a little bit in terms of providing clarity, because the previous condition wasn't really precise enough in terms of how it could operate.
Okay. Councillor Melly, then, if you want to.
Thank you. I haven't had a chance to see this update, unfortunately. I think it probably just wasn't sent far enough in advance of the meeting, because condition 4 and the wording of that was part of my question. I wasn't sure if it was a maximum of 10 people attending the training in addition to the up to 6 staff, or whether it was a maximum of 10 people using the premises at once. Is that clarified in the update?
It's not clarified. I thought them up myself. I mean, I would say the way it's read is if it could have 10 people being trained, and then might be an additional trainer to that. That's how I would understand it, the way it's written. But the change was because in the actual committee reports that were circulated, it talked about training for staff working for the taxi business shall only take place at the site on a maximum of 2 days per month, which would imply that other days staff who weren't at the taxi business could also be trained there, which would equate to potentially training any day. So it's just to make it clear that it can only be in effect 2 days a month, 24 days a year.
Okay, so potentially the number of people on the site at any one time is a maximum of 10 people being trained.
That's right.
Plus 1 trainer, plus 3 management staff, plus up to 3 cool room staff.
That's right. Providing I would assume that generally speaking, it would be the management staff doing the training, but as you say, it could be all those people at once.
So it's up to 17 people all at once.
Yes.
With only, is it 5 or 6?
5 parking spaces.
5 parking spaces. So my other question was about the parking spaces. So currently, are there 16 parking spaces for the vehicle repair business, and 5 of them are going to be reallocated to be for the taxi business, leaving 11 for the vehicle repair business?
That's right. That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So presumably there's been done some sort of assessment about, because presumably that vehicle repair business is already in operation. So is there some idea of if 11 is sufficient parking spaces?
I mean, when I've been up there as Councillor Waters, I mean, do you want me to read through Councillor Waters' further objections now, if that hasn't been circulated? I don't know if everyone's seen them.
It has been. It was circulated at 20 to 2 this afternoon.
Yeah, but when I've been up there, I've been up 2 or 3 times, and it is heavily parked. When I went up the last time on the back of Councillor Waters expressing concerns about cars being parked on adjacent streets, there were 2 or 3 spaces within there. The person who's put the application in for the taxi business also owns the garage, and I think there is some overlap at the moment in terms of taxis from his business waiting up there. But it would be a management issue, as I see it, in terms of how that garage operated. If they had less spaces, presumably they would have less cars on the site at one time. But that would be the way they would manage it, rather than something I could strictly control how many cars are dealing on at one time, how quickly they take it off the site, and so forth.
Chair, we do have Hélène Vergerov, who's the manager within the Highways Network Management team, who's available to answer specific highways transport related questions as well.
Okay, thank you. I guess, Councillor Melly, were you leading to a question it would be useful to ask Hélène in terms of the...
Well, I mean, I assume that some sort of, if Hélène could answer, actually, it would be helpful. Thanks.
Good evening. So we have considered parking. Obviously, for us to object to such an application, we would have to have a significant impact on road safety, or a severe impact on traffic on the road, and we don't think that threshold is met. There might be a bit of parking off-site when the training is happening, but we don't think it would be a significant safety issue. And we discussed with the planning officer that it could potentially be managed on site, as Neil just explained.
Okay,
thank you. And Chair, I had one more question, if that's all right.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering, because usually in the reports we have comments from Yorkshire Water or the Drainage Board or somebody, and there isn't in this report. I was just wondering whether they weren't consulted because there aren't any kind of external changes or anything, or whether they were consulted and didn't give comment, or...
No, they weren't. They wouldn't have been consulted because it's a change of use with no external alterations.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking is because there was an objection. So the plans show 3 toilets, I think, but then there's an objection that says that there's no plumbing or sewerage, and I don't know, I was wondering if we could have some clarification on that, because presumably as part of this proposed use, there would need to be toilets and hand washing facilities and sanitation facilities, and we don't know if any conditions are needed relating to sewerage and drainage or whether those facilities already exist, or it's not
Well,
very clear.
there would need to be, but it's not within the planning authority's remit. There are toilets shown. We can refer the complaints to our public protection team in terms of health and safety at work and those sort of issues. But we wouldn't. It wouldn't be a reason to refuse planning permission, or even a reason to put conditions on planning permission, in my view.
Thank you. Did you have a follow-up there?
Well, I was just going to say, if some works are required to introduce plumbing, then aren't sewerage and drainage considerations usually something we consider as a planning committee? We usually have comments from Yorkshire Water and Drainage Board and people with comments to do with the local sewerage capacity and that sort of thing, if it's relevant.
Yeah, I would say it's not relevant because it's just a change of use of existing office space, one type of office use to another type of office use. So so those issues, if there's a need for someone, it's like someone putting an additional bathroom in their house. It's the issue is with the connection and a private arrangement with Yorkshire Water, rather than involving the local planning authority in that as a consent process.
Okay, Councillor Fisher.
Just to say, unfortunately, I've just had an email. They've got a slight emergency, which I've got to go and deal with. So I'm sorry, I'm going to have to leave the meeting at this moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Galvin.
Will they have, does the planning officer know? But I mean, if there's no switch connection, there'll be a septic tank arrangement and a sort of private sewage system, I would have thought, existing anyway, because you can't just flush the loo down into the soil. So I suspect there will be a septic tank. Do we know that there is a septic tank, etc.?
Well, I did speak to one of the employees at the place, and he said that I think they originally had working toilets, but there's a disagreement with adjacent landowners, which has created the issue, and they are looking at putting in. I think he said they had a septic tank in there, and he said that, and they're looking at putting alternative sewage arrangements in place.
Okay, I think then we can move on to a public speaker, who's Billy Iqbal, who I believe is ready.
Good evening, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Just to say, we'll give you 3 minutes to speak, and I'll give you a sort of warning at 30 seconds to go. But if you could just stay on the line after your 3 minutes, just in case the committee have got any questions.
Yeah,
if you'd
sure.
like to make a start in your own time.
So yeah, I just want to make some comments and a statement in regards to the points that have been made in the committee report. In regards to the parking issue, our cars generally are in for quick maintenance with the garage, such as servicing tyres. However, if parking does become an issue, we will look to rent a lock-up close by, which would basically ease the pressure and they wouldn't have any congestion issues. Second of all, in regards to the drainage system, there was a drainage system when the building was constructed in 2014 and 15. It was recently purchased by ourselves in January 2020 when Mr. Paul Andrew Hansen, who is the neighbour next door, the owner of Gaswise Limited, tried to bully and blackmail Mohammed Iqbal, the owner and director of York Cars Taxis and Gladstone Garage, asking for a large sum of money in order to continue use the drainage
Should probably be a bit more careful about this sort of line. We hear more about the sort of planning reasons rather than any sort of private disputes.
Okay, so basically a new drainage system has been put in, a planning has been submitted to York Council. We have had North Yorkshire and both the public health officers out on site who have given us all okay. We currently have access to premises away from the site, which is our other neighbour on the other side, I believe the Heritage House, do like a shared office, so we have them where we can use the toilets for them. But a drainage plan has been submitted to York Council, and we've got the OK from the Public Health. Our drains are currently being cleared out on a weekly basis. So yeah, we don't see it being an issue at the moment. And obviously, once the plans have been approved, work will commence on the new drainage system.
Okay, thank you. I'll just ask if the committee have got any questions. I can't see any. So yes, I'll just thank you for your comments, and you'll be sort of taken out of the meeting at the moment, but it'll be broadcast on the council's YouTube channel if you want to continue watching.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yep, so I'll just ask the committee then if there are any further sort of questions for officers on them, which I can't see. So if we're happy then to move into debate on this item, if anybody would like to make a start. Councillor Melly.
Sorry, Chair. It's actually another question. I mean, I'm not sure if it's relevant, but I was just wondering, in the conditions, it says that development should be in line with plans submitted. And it says plans submitted on the 1st of September 2020. Usually plans are submitted long before that because they're part of the 28-day public consultation and that sort of thing. I was just wondering if that's correct and whether the plans have been properly consulted on and that sort of thing. You know, that like the last application we looked at, the plans were submitted in January 2020. That seems more like a usual timescale. I was just curious.
Yeah, the change was that on the location plan, originally the red line showed all the site around the vehicle workshop as well as the taxi office. But I just wanted them to clarify that this application only relates to part of the building. So it's more an administrative issue. It didn't really change the thrust of the application, but it's just making it clear that the red line was just part of the building rather than the whole site.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Galvin, I think you've got your hand up.
May I ask, is this an Uber operation, Neil? Because I noticed that the vehicles are registered in Wolverhampton. Now, this may or may not be a planning issue, but it does raise one or two other questions which are not necessarily for this committee.
As far as I understand it, it's York Cars who are based on Blossom Street, just by the cinema. Now, as I understand it, the main reason for the move is probably partly because they also own the car workshop, and there's a relationship between that and the business they're operating. They probably have spare capacity where they can run the taxi business, but also they said they're not having walk-in customers into these taxi offices like they used to, like they would have at Blossom Street. And also with the COVID situation, I think that's the walk-in customer section's not working anyway. So it's really moving that operation on Blossom Street up to Osbaldwick. But as I understand it, I think it's York Cars of the company. And I don't, in terms of the licensing operation, I don't know anything about that. I don't think it's material to the planning side, but it's not something I'm familiar with other than what's been raised by Councillor Waters.
I think that's fair enough. It's just intriguing that the cars are licensed in Wolverhampton, and being on licensing, dodgy.
Okay. Councillor Lomas, then. I think Councillor Crawshaw, you've got your hand up as well.
I don't know whether this is relevant or not, Councillor Galvin, but my understanding is that it's common practice for many taxi operators to license their vehicles in Wolverhampton, and I believe another location in the northwest, because they get the licenses through much quicker than most of the local authorities in England. So it appears to be, from things I have been reliably informed, quite standard practice for an awful lot of operators to do that. It's not related to being Uber or anything like that. They are, you know, private hire licenses. It's just that Wolverhampton, and I can't remember which of the northwest local authorities, have a reputation of getting through their applications a lot more quickly than anywhere else.
Okay. Councillor Crawshaw, did you Was that basically the same point? Or?
I was going to make the same point and then just add that at the Blossom Street office at the moment, there's only one space on the taxi rank there. So one of the issues that they have is where the cars sit when they're waiting to pick up. So I can see from that side of the business that it makes sense to move elsewhere.
Okay, Councillor Melly.
Have we moved into debate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We did a little bit ago.
So or just following up on what Councillor Crawshaw has just said, if one of the reasons to move offices is that there isn't space for cars to wait at their current premises, I mean, cars won't be waiting at this premises either, is my understanding.
I don't know. I guess Gareth or Neil, is that?
I think it's a different type of office. The office on Blossom Street has a walk-in area and seating for people to wait for taxis to come to pick them up. It's just a basic call centre in effect up at Osbaldwick, and they don't. There's a condition that people don't come to be picked up, but because it's away from the city centre, it wouldn't be expected that taxis be going there and waiting. Really, the intention is for it literally just to be a call centre management office, and then have some occasional staff training up there.
Okay, Councillor Webb.
On the grounds outlined and we are in debate, aren't we? In the grounds outlined in the proposal, sorry, in what the officers have put, and also that this will support a York business and taxi drivers in York to continue operating in a slightly different way, in a slightly different place, of course. I would like to approve this application as according to officers' recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody willing to second that? Councillor Lomas, that's all first. Okay, is there any further debate? I can't see anybody wanting to raise anything. So if I could go then to Gareth, just to set out briefly what the vote is. We're voting approving.
The recommendation was.
I'm watching, Gareth. I'm watching.
Sorry, the motion is to approve, and that would be subject to the conditions in the report as amended, and the amended condition 4 in the officer update.
Okay, thank you. And then just before we do that, if anybody could just sort of raise your hand, thumbs up that you've heard the debate so far. Fantastic. So Michelle.
Yeah, if you could please state whether you'll be voting for, against or abstaining. Councillor Craghill.
For.
Councillor Crawshaw.
For.
Councillor Cullig.
For.
Councillor Galvin.
For.
Councillor Lomas.
For.
Councillor Melly.
For.
Councillor Orrell.
For.
Councillor Wardby.
For.
Councillor Webb.
For.
Councillor Hollier.
For.
So that's unanimous, carried to approve.
Thank you. So that is approved. Yes, I think all that remains then is just to thank everybody for your time this evening, and to the officers behind the scenes, as well as those that have appeared before us for helping to run a smooth, if long, meeting. And I'll see you all next month. Stop our videos.